Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Hey, look, man, y'all drop some voices in the chat if I could be heard, man. All praises to the ever-present, the omnipotent, the omnipresent, omniscient, always was, is, and never shall be, all powerful, all knowledge, all place and space, without lack of, I feel like all space and place, without loss or waste, boy. All praise to the great God maker. I'm little brother Malaki Macabee, tapping right back in. Y'all see the fire? I'll be praised to the thought of. Y'all drop the board in the chat. Y'all get that like button, third button. Hey, so we're gonna talk about it today. Talk about it. Gang outside. Gang is outside. Ready, gang. Gang of gods and the mind of God. When it comes to this spiritual talk to the wall, that's us. That's us. Outside with his whole leg and his shoulders in the spirit. Not giving a damn about what nobody say about it. Shout out to everybody I see in the building. I see my brother Discerning sing faith in the building. What's the word, bro? What's the word? Love one. Love, life, balance, and all that good stuff in between. Now salute y'all in the name of the great God. Thank you, young Prince Judah Vaughn in the building. My brethren, what's the skinny, brother? Love, life, balance, and all that good stuff in between. Y'all know how we do. We ain't here to play. We ain't here to play at all. We swing back through. Swing back through and see who got hit. Love and light bomb to everybody, man. Shout out to the haters, y'all jackets and make say yeah. Y'all too, man. No matter what you think about it, what you like, if you're pouting, throwing hits, you gonna give a damn body. I'm gonna bring that light out, though. Shout out to my sister Esther, just got the phone with Kyle. Since you got this. You know what I mean? We push through, no matter what the hell going on. You feel me? He determined to rise about it, he was spotted darkness, a phase of darkness. I'm going to brothers and sisters. And just know you look real, fight with you. I bang every day. Spiritually speaking, every day. I'm in war. I'm at war up top every day. Every day. But I'm determined to flow through, play the darkness that I may find myself in. I'm coming to body that journey. Period. I'm back for the side order. Shout out to my sister Esther. Daughter of the great. Nazarene Sing TV, my brethren. Y'all God with the skin hot. Love and light bombs about it. Y'all already know what time it is. Look, brother Malaki Macabee in the building. Hey, bro, you know we got a link. Come down here and drop the building. It's good. Shout out to my sister Iris in the building. What's the word, Iris? Love and light to you and your family. May wisdom hunt you down for the rest of your life. Wisdom. Love and light to you, my sister Iris. Always good honor you too. You know what I mean? Sisters is in the business. A lot of y'all don't know. We got sisters in the gang, man. We ain't itchy trying to put them on the front line and make them the debate champions like some of these mumble mouth misfortunes. Our sisters don't know. Yeah. If you thought they wasn't about no light, try to run up on one of them. Handle. Yeah, shout out to my sister Iris. Always a pleasure. I'll make you feel. Sister Daphne, Keon Cooper is in the building. Love and light to you, sister. The word. My brother Buzz Lightyear, yes, he is in the building. My brother. Love and light to everybody, man. I know what time it is. We got Chief in the Now, this is sister right here that believes wholeheartedly in kicking the Hornets neck. She don't care who it offends. She don't care nothing about that. She kicked the Hornets neck and then come running to her brothers. Hey, I got one. Oh, I'm telling my brothers. Oh, hey y'all. So said this. Here we go. Here we go. I'm not playing with nobody. Shout out to Chief in this kid. I told y'all, we sisters in the field. Y'all reach out to each other, man. Y'all sisters need to. If y'all want me to link y'all with each other, just email. I don't even link to STL and chat at Gmail. And I'll make sure I link y'all. Or Y'all get a WhatsApp group on or something, you know? Do y'all thing. Do y'all thing. Who else we got in the building? Shout out to my sister Keeping This Key. And your whole family, love and light bombs to you. My brother Shannon Logan. What up, Shannon? My bro. Y'all tap in with Shannon, man. Shannon got the shirts. Shannon got the gear. Y'all tap in with man. And he got some major league movements he got coming on up, man. Shane, make sure you get with me though. You know what I mean? Make sure you get with me, Shane, cause yeah. Especially when you go ahead and secure that interview / dialogue with Terrence Howard. Yeah, y'all the gang in touch with Terrence Howard. You want to know more about this? Oh, yeah, y'all think this is a game? This thing about to go galactic. We about to go galactic. You know what I mean? So, Shane, make sure you get with me. Find out what you want to talk about first, and then we'll put together. All of us can work together, put a doc together. Man, you go on that man's show and present that. It's game over. Shout out to my boy Shane, man. Creator son of the creator. Much love. Shout out to my sister Serpenti, Armege, Navani and Goddess. My Ema sister Mahaya is in the building. Whether we talking about Flow Rider, whether we talking about Ohio. Sis is in the building. This is Elder Ema sis, man. Y'all link up, man. Sisters know how to cook, all type of stuff, man. They be drinking wine. Hey, brother, shout out to my sister Serpenti Armege, man. Love and light bombs. I got my sister Yafa in the building. I just told somebody, I said, man, look at the gang, sister. This one is another one that believes or has the philosophy of kicking the hornet's nest. She'll go come back with, oh, I'm feeling my brothers. Oh, y'all pretty cute. We gotta swing back too. You know, man, it's number man. Y'all got we got my brother and your brother, Selah Shalom TV. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Y'all want to, get a crash course on what the gang up to. All you gotta do is go get you an Oahspe of this man playlist on his channel. Hit play and open that sucker up and get hey, look, catch up. You know what I mean? Easy work. Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom. I was reading the Fritz Foxwell is in the building. What's the word out? Love and light. You be starting stuff too. I can think. Where we start now. Love and light, man. May all y'all be successful in, unhinging and unleashing this light during this period of darkness. May all y'all be successful in prayer with every last one of y'all. You gotta be determined to do it. You know what I mean? Easy work. Y'all know I ain't lying. That's why y'all laugh. We got my brother Dreadful Cosmon in the building. Nigga Thustra, the Cali Connect. What's the word, What's the word, big eye? Rest day for me. You been on them bars earlier today? Thursday been a rest day for me. You know what I mean? I ain't even get up and get down today. But every other day, hey, I'm back for the side order. You heard me, big eye? Yeah, this is. We got a bit of deal today. Every you off Facebook. Shalom, love and light. Bing, bang, bang. Alright, we good. Alright, let me go ahead and that's right. Love and light to my brother Cosmon Cal, made with beloved daughter rise in power and witness all the glories that the Creator asked for. You know, man, y'all pour y'all love on our brother Cosmon Cal, Cosmon Kruger, the Cloud Kicker. Raphael, the Turtle Gang, you know what I mean? Matter of fact, I'm about to swing through on him. So I'm about to see him in about a week or something. You dig? So I'm gonna make sure, I pour my love on my brother. You dig? Embrace my brother, and we're gonna take it from there. But y'all continue to uplift his family, his moms, his wife, his children, stepchildren, all the above. You know what I mean? Love and light. Y'all say she headed to Head to Detroit tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna be in Detroit next weekend. Every weekend. I'm back for the side order. What they talking about? Move around with it. Anybody know me? Know I can't stand this shit still. I gotta make me some moves. Feel me? Summertime too. Oh nah, man. You know me. I'm back for the side order. I ain't really getting no tulips, mighty cuddle. Nah, get the hell out of my way. Yeah, he ain't got no time to be playing. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Bang. I'm in the building. My sister Lisa Edwards is in the building. Love and light to the house. You got here, y'all. Jay Frey, Josh, Shalom, brother. Miss you. Hey, I'll be right here. Everybody know where I be. I ain't hard to find. I'm in the park say, hey. Everybody know where we be at and what we be on. I mean, love and light. I heard, man. Let me go ahead and get to this real quick. Good to see everybody in the building. Let's go ahead and share a few of these. Y'all know me. I like to bring the appetizer out before I bring out the full course meal. You smell me? So let me go ahead and do this real quick. Share screen. Bang. I'm back for the side order. Like my brother Cal said, I'm right back like I left something. That's what.
Yeah. Create a gang. FOPE dis. For our people's ignorance. Salute Malaki Macabee, Cosmon Cal, Bronze Yogi, Yare Ya. Create a gang. Peace to the goddesses. We're gonna set the record straight. I know these clowns named folk, man, they a fucking joke. Naphtali tried to explain the Ark of Noah's boat. Malaki Macabee exposed the whole shit as a hoax. She had the nerve to say the earth is 6,000 years old. And tried to use Gobekli Tepe for the Ark of Noah. What you ought to know, your sources got burned like an arsenal. So pack it up and throw them scripts in the trash. Your God gets stoned to death for prophecies not coming to pass. Like America's supposed to get hit with the nuclear blast. 24 years later, we look back at you niggas and laugh. I should pick rocks and stone you niggas myself. Throw you in a lake of fire, watch your skin start to melt. Shawshan be the first to get blamed. When I heard the shots, look, left his people and ran. Damn. K. Judah, you fail to be a shooter. You not a teacher, you a tutor, hiding behind computers. Naphtali, you not ready for Mali. He exposed to go for wood from the Ark, come out of Cali. Long Beach, Naphtali better run a retreat. Your champion looking bad on these YouTube streets. When I waving the white flag as a sign of defeat. Bow down like Jehovih and kiss the boot on my feet, nigga. Your Messiah can't save shit. Where was the Messiah when we was changing them slave ships? Praying to a God to return ain't say shit. The God of war got you niggas stuck in a slave pit. Talking about that's prophecy. More like propaganda from a false God democracy. FOP for our people's edification. You not edifying, but lying to the Israelite nation. Think you following God when you following Satan. Stiff-necked and stubborn like them goddamn Jamaicans. Come against Creator, gang, your doctrines dying. When Mali cut Naphtali, she almost started crying. She ran to her husband and screamed, baby, I'm trying. That's what happens when you put a pussycat against a lion. Yeah, Creator gang is undefeated. FOP is washed up. Y'all put y'all goddess on the front line and she got her head blown off. Creator gang is undefeated. We out of here.
Easy money, boy. Easy money. Hey, look, I tell you, hey, look, you better watch out.
Yeah.
You better leave the gang alone, boy. I don't even get what these cats be on. What y'all thought? We ain't heard a mighty cuddle with you, tiptoe through no tulips. Nah, we play ball. Respect it, hate it, love it, whatever you say about the game. We play ball. Y'all don't. Y'all selective about y'all quote unquote politicking. We ain't. And everybody know it. Everybody know it. Like this.
All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God, to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon.
Why is she skinning teeth? She is smiling. She is elated that her God is a demon. Come on, y'all. This ain't even hard. If you had to ask yourself, just based off what's being taught and what's being said, right? If you had to just go off just pure common sense and logic, who is the creator dealing with and who ain't dealing with the creator? This woman, you dig, got the nerve to be smiling. She's skinning teeth and happy that her God is a demon. See, you know what I'm saying? You got to differentiate. You can't be talking all this God stuff. Who you talking about? You see what I'm saying? We still on a rudimentary level, a PK4 level with y'all. You still ain't made a distinction between creator and God, or creator and a goddess. We got an A, B, C, D, you little niggas. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We got an A, B, C, D, the conscious community. Huh? Gotta feed you, put a binky on, burp you. And these people fancy themselves as the gatekeepers to the conscious community, just scholars and always so scholastic. But she's skinning teeth, happy that who everybody call God. Because regardless if the doctrine is different or not, they all these niggas agree they will worship and serve the same God. So if I was to ask you, is the God she talking about, even though the name is up on the screen, is the God she talking about the same as yours? Do you worship a demonic God? If I asked you that right now, and you agree with this so-called woman, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't agree with her, and ain't no way in hell that you worship or serve the same God as her, put a 12,000 in the chat, man. See, we gonna separate all the fluff. We not gonna play none of that. Now, as soon as something skip across my plate that don't sound right by Creator, he getting shot out the water. Order. It's a no-fly zone. And look, talking about the same Bible and the same people, the Israelites, and the Allahim and the Yahushai, and all that's irrelevant if the character of the Creator is off. All this, if the character or the behavior of the deity represents me getting on demon time out here in the streets, that is not the Creator you're talking about. It don't matter if it look like you think it is or supposed to look. It don't matter if it answers to the name you praying to in your prayer breath. It don't matter if it do a slight miracle. If the message is the same as me getting on demon time out here, no, that's not Creator. Stop. Stop it. You dig? Now that's the problem. Man has lost the ability to differentiate, to distinguish between Creator and a God. So any makeshift deity can pop up looking like you supposed to look like, answering to the name you call on in your prayer breath. Do a slight miracle like levitate or something, and your knees gonna be dusty. You gonna bow. Yep, your knees gonna be slapping like a naked newborn. You're going to bow. It's important to make the difference. What's the difference between Creator, the God maker, and God? Because majority of the world who fancies themselves as religious pray to who? God. And here we come telling you, hey, God ain't the Creator. There's a difference between the Creator and God. Oh, don't spill your yak. Blow all your drawers out. Watch this.
Or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, well, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think.
This is your beloved brother, Captain Zoyak. Everybody runs around, claim he's the mayor of Harlem, and he's just the champ of the conscious community. This night he stumbled across Malaki Macabee. He skipped across my plate and was food. Put this boy in a blender. Him, Northside, never have even mentioned that debate since then. Put that boy in a blender. One of the questions I asked him, because before we went live, he admitted that he just had his first grandchild. I said, oh, I got him. Question and answer round come up. I'm going to ask him, would you kill that grandbaby if your God told you to? He tried to put some fluff out there. I think it's a test. It's a test. I said, would you be willing to go through with it? This mumble mouth misfortunate twist his negroidal mouth and said, I'll go through anything the Lord puts me through. Oh, these niggas is baby killers, man. If they get what they call an inspiration, hey, Lil Alfred is barbecue. Ask Lil Carl. Lil Carl on her talking about some hell yeah. Based off the response and the actions, y'all, we need not to even guess too long about who the Creator is. Is it Creator with him or is it Creator with the gang? Come on now. What is we talking about here?
The Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
He was leader Yahweh Ben-Yah, the self-proclaimed Son of God. One day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in an open-block apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Judah and JJ called themselves gathering a war council to come against the gang and got smoked. JJ, oh, Judah didn't mean that, y'all. If you listen closely, he said, I do, though. Man, look, you Negroes better not get in throwing distance of me. You better not be in stone throwing distance of me, boy. I'm going to keep it real. I don't like you niggas. None of them. I'm going to keep it always solid. You dig? Because if you do your own child like that, just imagine what he'll do to one of us. If he get what he called inspired, if too much atmospheric pressure skip across his damn earlobe, and he claims he heard from God. Come on, man, it ain't hard. You a heartless, vindictive, urine-drinking bastard if you can look at any of them babies at the top of this screen right here and be willing to go bash their heads in. What the hell is wrong with you?
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here.
These are the men and women that fancy themselves as the gatekeepers of the conscious community. So let y'all know. Easy work. All of them have skipped across us. All of them have faded to oblivion, to be honest. We're about to check out this video my brother Selah Shalom did 12 years ago. Who is Jehovah, the creator? And this goes right with the lesson. Right with the lesson. Good to see everybody in the building. Let's go ahead and cook. Let's get some understanding.
Selah Shalom, and this is the Cosmon Teachings in the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors from the Cosmon Bible Oahspe. And this is a question and answer series 101, where I'm going to be going through a series of question and answers. The first one is going to be, who is Jehovah? Now, if you never read Oahspe, then you don't know Jehovah. Bold statement, right? I say this because the concept of Jehovah in the Bible has been corrupted due to poor translations from Hebrew, Greek, Latin to English. Now, you have people who still want to argue with me about the name Jehovah, telling me, oh, there's no J in Hebrew, like if I don't know that. Others telling me Jehovah or Hova means calamity when you look it up in the Strong's Concordance. And I already exposed the Strong's Concordance as the works of James Strong in 1890, where he and his assistants are responsible for interpreting and defining both the Hebrew and the Greek words in the Strong's Concordance. So Hova meaning calamity comes from James Strong's interpretation. Prior to 1890 present time, you will find no reference of Jehovah meaning calamity. So I already addressed these petty debates that some people hold strong to. And I will quote this verse from Oahspe that will summon up all these petty arguments by these newcomers to this knowledge. Now, Book of God's Word, chapter 1, verse 2, where it states, "Quabble not on names, saith Ahumazda." Ahumazda is the Persian expression or the Persian way of saying God, and Ormazd is equivalent to the Creator, Jehovah. Now, quabble not on names, saith Ahumazda, or God, nor on places, nor words. All places are my places. All words, my words. All names, my names. All truth is my speech. All facts is my voice. By my commandment shall all the nations of the earth be made to know me and my works. So this one verse just kills their whole argument about this whole name thing. What does it say? Quabble not on names. And this is exactly what some of you are doing, quabbling over a name. And in this case, the name Jehovah. And these people are quarreling over the letter J, as if people would be condemned for pronouncing the letter J, or Jehovah with the J. And then you have others who will say Jehovah is the devil and is Satan, which can be further from the truth. Now, Book of Judgment. See that? The Book of Judgment is in Oahspe, and y'all want to talk about the Bible. And you have a whole book called the Book of Judgment, please. Now, the Book of Judgment, chapter 24, verse 5, it states, "Judge them not by their words, nor by the names professed, but judge them by the work they accomplish. Nevertheless, hold thy peace in regard to them." See that? So you can call on any name, Jehovah, Yahweh, Ahaya, Allah, Yeshua, Buddha, but it's not the name calling that is of significance, but the works accomplished. So you got enough Hebrew Israelites calling on Yahweh, Ahaya, Christians, Jesus, Muslims, Muhammad, Allah, and their works are showing otherwise, while you have those who are doing the works of righteousness. So it's far more deeper than just calling on a name. So for those who want to be stuck on arguing names, it's still at the beginning stage of this knowledge, which is cool. But don't try to come against me, who has far past those levels. Now, Book of Judgment, chapter 3, verse 44, it states, "And thou mayest call on thy idol at the gates of my heavens, but the gate shall not be open unto thee, for I will have no quarreling in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as to gods and lords and saviors." So this verse just summing up the whole argument, that in the kingdom of true God, Son of Jehovah, you cannot even enter in if you come boasting about your God, your Lord, your Savior. So all the religious people will not find themselves in true God's kingdom, Son of Jehovah, because they professed and boast about their deity. The Christians boast about Jesus. The Hebrew Israelites boast about Yeshua. The Muslims boast about Muhammad and Allah. So none of these groups will be entering true God's heavenly kingdom, but they will become subservient slave to a false God claiming to be the deity you worshiping on earth. This is why I say you all are wasting time arguing over letters. That is so first grade. So you can see that Jehovah is not concerned with the letters of a name or boasting about this name or that name. Even in Oahspe, it shows you that Jehovah was called by different names according to the languages of the people. As in Persia, the creator is known by Ormazd. And in Oahspe, it shows how Ormazd is the creator. So it's not like the Oahspe is saying, worship Jehovah's name only, and you can't recognize no other name. No, it shows you how different countries were worshiping the same Jehovah, but with a different name, according to the language of the people. And Oahspe explains this. Now that this whole name thing is put aside, I will not be addressing no more arguments about its name. If you have been watching my past videos, you will see I am way past such petty arguments and debates. I'm talking about Etherian regions that the Bible does not mention. I'm talking about the higher and lower heavens that the Bible does not mention. I'm talking about the timetables of prophecy that the Bible does not mention. the 4 ages of a planet, understanding the inhabitable time of mortals on Earth, understanding the 3,000-year cycles called arc cycles, the times and half times of 400 years called subcycles. These are the levels I'm dealing with. So for you Bible readers who have no clue about what I just mentioned, unless you observed it through my videos and caught a glimpse, and if you haven't read it in Oahspe, then you haven't caught the fullness of what I'm even saying now, or in my vids, because I'm just giving you pieces of glimpse in my videos of what Oahspe is containing. But until you read it for yourself, you will see the whole picture, and then you will safe and know within yourself that, damn, yeah, this book had to come from a higher source. Man, terrestrial man, has nothing to do with putting this information together. So for me to have to resort back to debating over letters mentioned in the name is totally backwards for me. And I will leave that to you elementary students until you have wisened up and learned to discipline and rise above and progress. You still first graders trying to challenge a senior. Come on. I've done debates and rebuttals and put up videos with historical facts, evidence of my claims. And not one of you Hebrew Israelites or other people put up your vids and made your claims, proving your argument. I haven't seen one vid about Ahia in ancient history yet. Now, who is Jehovah according to the Bible readers? Jehovah is a God or a Lord, which is false, because first the term God and Lord are titles bestowed on angels in the heavenly government, which the Bible does not explain. This is why it is so confusing for you to truly understand the terms and meaning of God, and Lord, and put them in their proper order. Oahspe explains how God, and Lord are in service to the Creator, and not the Creator as the Bible have you to believe. Now, in the Bible, it has it that God is the highest. But when you read Oahspe, God is not the highest. Oahspe shows how the gods answer to the Creator Jehovah. You will never read in the Bible where it states Jehovah said to God. You will never see a verse quoted like that, because in the Bible, God is the highest deity. But in Oahspe, it shows the order. You will see verses where God calls on Jehovah, showing you that Jehovah is above the gods. But in the Bible, it has Jehovah among the gods, as if other gods are his equal. So I'm showing you how Oahspe is clearing up the errors in the Bible. But being that most of you are bound to the Bible, they cannot see these simple things. No different how the Pharisees was bound to the laws of Moses when Yeshua came on the scene with the new law, which was the same law of old, just upgraded. Likewise with Oahspe. Most of these people who are bound are not able to see no other way because you bound. A lot of these Hebrew Israelites are modern day Pharisees, bound to the Bible and don't see no other way. Now, in the Bible, Jehovah is falsely labeled as a God, as described as having a figure and form as a man. So to worship God is to worship an image. But then you have, thou shalt worship no images of wood and stone, man or angel. So the Bible again is contradicting itself with this idea of worshiping God, when God is in the image of a man, an idol. Oahspe shows how to worship a God is to be a subservient slave to that God. Oahspe shows you how God is not the creator, but an angel in service to the creator who helps mortals and angels to rise to the higher realms. Oahspe declares Jehovah as the creator, not in the image of man. So again, Oahspe is clearing up these falsities against Jehovah in the Bible due to poor translation. Another thing why the Bible readers are so confused about gods and lords, Lord gods, the Bible doesn't distinguish the title and ranks of angels. So every time you see God, you may think it's the creator talking, when truly it's an angel, because the creator is not in the image of a man as described in Oahspe. So if Jehovah is not a God or a Lord, what is he then? Jehovah is the creator as described in Oahspe, not a God nor a Lord. Jehovah is described as the incomprehensible, not in the image of anything created. So no one has never seen Jehovah, nor will they ever, because he is everywhere present, seen and understood through his creation, as described in Oahspe. But in the Bible, it say God can be looked upon as a man and was seen by Moses and the elders of Israel in Exodus 24:10, where it states, and they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of sapphire stone, as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. See that? So this verse is showing you that Moses and the elders of Israel, they saw God. So God has figure and form like a person, which in return is an idol, is an image. So you can't refer to this image as the creator. This is an angel in service of the creator. And this particular angel was assigned to the children of Israel. You see, the Bible does not explain these things because it doesn't contain the ranking order of angels in it. And then in another verse in the Bible, it'll say, no man has never seen God in Exodus 33:20. And he said, thou cannot see my face, for there shall no man see my face and live. So again, this is a conflict of scripture. In one verse, man sees God face to face and talks with him. In another verse, no man has ever seen God. So this is why there is so much confusion with the Bible, because of all these contradictions due to poor translation, wherein Oahspe is clearing up these matters. And this is the same situation and circumstances that Yahshua had to deal with. Because when he came on the scene, it was the same thing. He was speaking of a doctrine that was kind of different from the norm. So with the Pharisees and Sadducees, when they was approaching him, they was like, yo, you speaking against the law, you blaspheming the law. But he was speaking of a higher level of the law, but they couldn't see it because they was bound. So it's the same thing today with Oahspe. The same Jehovah, Yahweh, Yah, Jah, however you want to play them games, the same source came and revealed itself in Oahspe, where you can find the same source in your Bible. And it's clearing up the errors and translator errors of the Bible. But you don't want to observe this Oahspe because it's in the name of a Jehovah. Jehovah mean calamity. Oh, John Newbro's a white man. We don't read nothing from the Edomites. We don't read nothing from the white man. And this what makes the situation more genius. It shows how bound you really are when you try to confess that you're really free. See, I could see through these things because I didn't read the book. I have the fullness of the book. I have the fullness of the Bible. So when you read the Oahspe, you will see that Jehovah is the creator. And the angels or the gods, lords and lord gods are in service to the Jehovah, the creator. See, Oahspe gives you a complete breakdown of the heavenly government, which the Bible does not. That's why most of y'all are confused with these names and these terms. Now, if you was to ask a Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, even a Muslim, what is the difference between God, and Lord, let alone the creator, they would have no answer. The most they would do is define the words. That's all. Oh, God is El, Elo. Lord God is, oh, Adonai El. Lord is Adonai. That's the farthest that's the best they can give you. But to explain the depths, the locations, where are the heavenly kingdoms located, their works and services, the Bible gives you a dim outlook of those things, while Oahspe expounds on these things greatly. So who is Jehovah? The creator. Simple as that. When you read the Oahspe, you will see that. You will see Jehovah said. And you will see that he is not no false God, a warring God, a jealous God, a God of calamity. I did the book of Jehovah in 3 parts, declaring you his works in this day and age, right now, today, not 5,000 years ago where you can't reference nothing. But today, Jehovah speaks. And with that, I'd like to say peace and blessings and catch you on the next question and answer series. What
I'm over here muted. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I'm over here muted. Talking a little taste. Yeah. We about to talk about it today. We about to cook. About to cook a little taste. How everybody doing in the building, man? Drop a 12,000 in the chat if you feel marvelous. You know what I mean? And let's get to this though. Let's get to this. Yeah, you may be newer. Like, man, what was that he was talking about? The Oahspe he had up on the screen. There it is right there. There it is right here. Dang, up on the screen. I'm about to drop the link in the chat. If you ain't got it. Yeah, you can go right there. Dang, what we talking about? All right, so you can get right online and follow along with us if you want to. Easy money, feel me? Easy money. All right, so what is this Oahspe he talking about? Most people ain't never heard of it. You know what I mean? And over here, we ain't scared to read nothing. You got the spirit of truth with you. You can rightly discern and divide and take what's beneficial for you and throw the rest of the dogs. That's how we deal with books over here. We take what we can practically apply on this righteous journey of ours, and we throw the rest of the dogs. It's just a spine-bound book, no more, no less. But books do have knowledge in them. Words of wisdom, right? So what is this Oahspe about? Oahspe actually means sky, earth, spirit. Oh, sky, earth, spirit. Practical guidebook, okay? So it's something you can put into practice then. It's a practical guidebook to the spiritual life. So it's something you could put into practice that will prepare you for that long journey we all got to go on. Nothing evil thus far. Nothing evil, nothing blood curdling. It just tell you it's a practical guidebook. It's a roadmap. But it's not only just a map, it's something that you can practically apply. It's practical. And it's about the spirit life. So in other words, something you can be doing in the flesh to prepare yourself for that journey we all got to take. That's a benefit for you. Standard edition, modern American language, that's a benefit. Ain't it? You ain't got to go to too many lexicons and concordances and cross compare the Hebrew with the Greek. It's just right there in the plain old language that you understand. Okay. What does it say? What is it about? It says you have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. Facts. Facts. Corporeal, physical. You have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. Right? Hear me and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the corporeal man, the flesh man, but the spiritual man. You hear that? Knows what it says. It says, I come to free not only the corporeal man, but the spiritual man. So we all know we have spirit, we have a physical body and a spiritual body. Keep it simple. What is that body you moving around with in your dreams? Just keep it simple. You jumping over buildings, you 5 foot nothing in real life, but you dunking on the giants and all that. Come on, man. You have a physical body, we all know that, and you have a spiritual body. Nothing sideways thus far. Right? Look what it says. It says, yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility. Right? So we free. We're no man's slaves, correct? But with that, you got to be responsible for you. There ain't no more blaming white folk and blaming women and blaming whatever the hell you got going on. You free. You're no man's slave. You're no God's slave. So that means all your actions don't fall on anybody who owns you. Whether you talking about a physical slave master, or you talking about some type of God that has you through his many tools called religion. Once you understand you free, you're no man's slave. What the hell you mean? No God's slave either. All right, well that means every decision that you make is on you. It's on you. It ain't on nobody else, regardless of the outcome. You see? So yet with your freedom, black man, you also attain to responsibility. So that sooner or later, now or then. See, it ain't an if. I like that about the it's never an if. There's only a when. It's a time thing. Everyone eventually gonna be gang. Gonna be rocking with Creator. Everybody, yeah, even the ones who fancy themselves as our enemies, yeah, all them gonna be Creator gang, CGG. Watch. It's only a matter of time See, you dealing with something that you can't stop. You dealing with something that your very essence comes from. All things answer to Creator. None can avoid it. You can't avoid that. See? So it's a sooner or later. It's a time issue. It ain't an if. This ain't about no maybes and it might happen. Ain't none of that. It's only a time. It's only a when. You either gonna get down now or you gonna wait till later. You feel me? And you gonna wait till later and start then when we could have started now. What the hell is we waiting on, man? So that sooner or later, your fidelity, listen to that, your faithfulness, your loyalty, your fidelity to your Creator and to your fellow man, and righteousness, love, and good work shall become the most sacred study of your life. Y'all heard that? It says the fidelity to your Creator and your fellow man, your loyalty, your faithfulness. With righteousness, love, and good work shall become the most sacred study of your life. Good night. And here you come around pompous because, I just, I have a degree and you all puffed up at the shoulders, all in your gut regions, swole up, bragging about something that ain't even about to be the most sacred study of your life. The most sacred study of your life is your loyalty to your maker and your fellow man. And the doctrine is righteousness, love, and good works. That's the most sacred study of your life, period. You ain't heard nothing evil yet, though. But you answer me, why is this the most feared book in these so-called conscious community streets? They fear Oahspe. Not for nothing evil, though. That's the crazy part. Oahspe is feared because it exposes the false gods everywhere. It don't matter if you niggas is talking ancestral worship. It might be niggas talking about Catholicism, any branch of Christianity, Islam. I don't care if you're talking about Hinduism, Buddhism, any of the African spirituality. So wherever you point to the system, and I'll show you the deity that's being worshipped. In the form and figure of a man, woman, or a damn animal, or both. What are you talking about? Your God does not come in this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother with ample experience. You guys, so all that, do we have to? Oh, is it what you want from me? In your prayer breath, you get all humble. Is this what you really want from me? And harmonize it. Look, y'all, we're going to be doing this a long time. Relax. Your God, for one, God ain't the creator. God is your brother. He tell you, I'm not about none of that dictation. So you can relax with it. You about to get stoned because you looked out the window at the wrong time on the side. Like, let that shit go. Like, there's a lot of pressure that's on you that you allow to remain on you that ain't got nothing you can do with the creator at all, or a true God, or even a true goddess that work with the creator, that there are his sons and daughters. Notice what God say right here. He said, your God is not coming this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother with ample experience. Nor do I command, saying you shall believe, because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. Paul game, what you talking about? Say, for one, God ain't came with no dictator. Thus saith the Lord. I'm your big brother. God is the brother. And he say, well, I got plenty of experience in the realm. You dig? Plenty of experience in the spirit world. And then he tell you, I don't even command you to believe it just because it's written in this book. Come on, man. You peep the liberty. Let anything that will scare you into doing it, and believe, let that go. There you go. Bread ain't about none of that. And they got bricked to death because he picked up sticks on the Sabbath. You dig? Yeah, that bread ain't inspiring none of that. Yeah, if he was too lazy to go gather some sticks, and that's on that nigga. He got to get out there and do what he got to do to survive. You feel me? Where's the redemption in it, though? The redemption is him having to get out there when it's inconvenient for him to go grab some sticks he could have grabbed a couple of days earlier. And he wouldn't have had to go through this. But sometimes you got to go through certain ththings and see it for yourself. And be like, okay, I understand that, and move past it. So anything in this walk that got you shook, like you're gonna roast forever. You're gonna get stoned to death. Look, let that go. That ain't got nothing to do. Ain't got nothing to do with the creator, the God maker. Look at this right here. It says, nevertheless, through Oahspe, the light of the creator is revealed to man. And man is to judge himself and labor to save himself, so that by this he may have honor and glory. So that shouldn't be something that's too far-fetched with you. What do you mean man will judge himself? The Bible tell you that. Like, catch up, man. You offended about concepts that's already in the Bible. If we judge ourselves, we wouldn't be judged. That's New Testament. It says, man is the labor to save himself. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Work out your own salvation with you. So what are you really offended about? Look at this. For the will of the creator is not for man to be forever led, but for man to ultimately have the light of practicing good works organically. From a short legger or infancy. All right, so that's a brief synopsis of some of the things we be reading over this way. And you ain't heard nothing evil yet. Hey, dig, if you heard something evil, drop a 1 in the chat. If you ain't heard nothing evil, drop a 1,000 in the chat, man. Let's go ahead and keep moving, though. Let's go ahead and keep moving. We ain't finna play with nobody at all. Yeah, all right, now watch this. Now watch this right here. Easy money. Easy money. All right. Let's get on over here. We ain't here to play no games, son. I will go to the book of Discipline. Powerful read, man. Y'all see the title. Y'all see the topic of the class. How is the creator to be thought of? Like, what kind of understanding do you hold here? Think about it. What do you really think about your maker? Before you just run out there and start fumbling stories off about, we all grew up on Bible. We all read Bible with different lenses on, whether it was Christian lens, Israelite lens, you know what I mean? Any of that, right? But really challenge yourself. What we gonna do today? We're gonna challenge ourselves. What is it that you believe or know to be true about your maker? Could you have been compromised this whole time? Meaning, that you have been conditioned to receive a certain mindset about your maker, the creator, God's maker. Have you been conditioned to receive something opposite of your maker? You've grown and believe it so much that you know it to be true, and it's actually contrary to his character. That ain't even him. Like, dang, why would it be that? You got a command in the Bible, don't believe every spirit that says he's of God, but try the spirits. You got to challenge them spirits to prove themselves. Just skip across your earlobes, talking some, I'm your God. Look, just like you think and answer to the name you've been praying in your prayer breath. Eyes bloodshot red, afro white, woolly and green, voice of many waters. Do a slight miracle, man. Use a slave. Your knees gonna be knocking like a naked newborn. They gonna be slapping. You gonna get your kneecap because you're going to bow to that image you've already been conditioned to. Now here you go, right here in this Oahspe, book of sky, earth, spirit. Notice what it says. It says God reveals who He is. God reveals who He is. All right, what about this, man? This deity danger warning. If you quoted and devoted to the deity, hey, you about to hear some things that piss you off. Book of Discipline, chapter 1. Oahspe. God reveals who He is. Why would God have to reveal who He is? Why? Everybody worships God. Or El. Right? Everybody worships God or El. Elohim, or the apostle argument, Allahayim, you don't speak it, whatever. I know what this says, right to the point, right in your mouth, punch you right in your mouth with it. God reveals who He is. This is the word from the organic heaven. Hear the words of your God, oh man. Hear the words of your God, oh man. I am your brother. God is the brother, not the father, not the all parent. So who you've been praying to? You've been praying to God. Everybody has. If this is true, that means you've been praying to your brother of yours, an ancestor, and not the creator, God's maker. Look at this. Hear the words of your God, oh man. I am your brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. Prophet in my wisdom and be admonished by my love. So notice God tell you, I was once mortal. I've risen from mortality. I've gone through the process of resurrection. And where I'm at now, so He's saying, look, I'm your brother. I've been where you at, but you ain't been. You striving to be where I'm at. So profit in my wisdom, benefit from this, and be admonished, you understand? Corrected by my love. For as I am your elder brother, He double down on that. And this is true God, not a false God. All right? A true God is one who executes and does what the Creator sends Him to do by being, administrating and officiating over the heavenly kingdoms with an S until His appointed time is over. There's some more resurrection happening. Predecessors come up. That's a whole nother topic. But notice He doubled down on the fact that He's our elder brother. God is an ancestor. You see why this is the most feared book? Because everybody been praying to God. And praying to Creator. Everybody praying to God. And you got your Hebrew fanatics. They think just because they throw the Hebrew on Lord and say Yahweh or Adonai or Baal, big, and put the L on God or Elohim or Allahayim, God. Look at this. So He say, for as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you. God say, what I'm doing, you gonna be doing one day. So shall it be with you to rise also in time to come and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. He say, so your job as God, or a goddess sisters, will be to do what you read right there. Look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. Resurrection. Continue to rise. But it say, for as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you to rise or resurrect also in time to come and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. Remember, this is God talking. This ain't the Creator. Look what God say in verse 4. To the Creator, to Jehovah, all adoration and glory forever. Amen. Good night, boy. God is giving all praise to His Maker. You ought to do the same. God is actually praising the Creator in these first four verses. breaking down who he is to you, and then in verse 4, he gave praise to the Creator. Huh? So if you understand that there's a difference, and we're going to keep going to make it overwhelmingly clear, but if you understand there's a difference between the Creator and God, and y'all dropping 3,000 in the chat for your brother Malaki Macabee. Let's cook. Yeah. Ain't no thing for us, you know what I mean? You can get a debate style, hot seat style, interview, or it is teaching, whatever. You bars, you know what I mean? However you want to get it. Somebody better tell these young boys that we do this. We do this. Do it. Look at it. So notice what that said. There's a difference between the Creator and God. Now we learning. You know what I mean? Now we really learning. Okay, that's important to know, because if God is the brother, then that means God ain't the Creator. God ain't the parent. God ain't the father. And who I've been praying to this whole time. Don't worry about it. We're going to address that. You know what I mean? Don't get nervous. You did. Your Creator so merciful. None of this is your fault. So you can cough up all you can leave all the fur, the extra baggage of fur that you got on your shoulders. You can drop that. You know what I mean? Your Creator is not no vindictive psychopath that has an uncontrollable bloodlust. That ain't the Creator at all. Notice what God says to Jehovah, all adoration and glory forever. Amen. Look what else he say right here. Huh? He give it up to the Creator. How dare we allow anybody to shame us off of it? This is how God get down. Yeah, you mean. True God praises the Creator. You ought to do the same. And we ain't gonna let nobody convince us that doing that is wrong or doing that is evil. You see that? Look at this right here. It says all life, motion, power, things seen and unseen are by and through him. Whew. Boy, that's a headshot. Huh? All life, motion, power. That's all motion, all power, and all things seen and all things unseen. Spirit world, all by and through him. Woo. Woo. Look at it, verse 6. Neither is there an angel in heaven so high, nor sufficiently wise to comprehend Jehovah in his entirety. This is God giving praise to the Creator, and he giving it up saying, there ain't an angel in heaven high enough. Huh? There ain't an angel in heaven high enough, nor sufficiently wise enough to comprehend your Maker, the Creator, God's Maker in his entirety. What is we even talking about here, man? The highest raised angel can't comprehend the Creator in his entirety. The highest raised angel can't. Ain't sufficiently wise enough to comprehend the Creator in his entirety, nor to see him as you see your fellow man. So as you sit here on the screen looking at me, you dig? You know good and well that I'm not the Creator, that I have a Maker. If you can see it and it's been worshipped, then it's a false God, it's an idol. God just told you that what? The highest raised angel ain't sufficiently wise enough to comprehend the Creator in his entirety, nor the highest raised angel ain't seen him. But you running around here licking your fingers, thumbing through certain pages, claiming certain men done seen them. Nor to see him as you see your fellow man. Why? Why though? This is why you can't see greater as you see your fellow man. For he is within all, beyond and over all. This is why you can't see him as you see your fellow man. Why? Why the highest raised angel can't comprehend him in his entirety? Why? Because Creator is within all. You, me, everything, all. Beyond and over all. Being ever present or omnipresent in all places. That man filleth every space and place. Doing by virtue of his presence, meaning creation cracks off because the Creator's presence is there. You wake up with your moaning breath because the Creator's presence is there. You wake yourself up. Quickening all the living, adorable above all things. Just these few verses is putting a dagger in. You feel me? If your deity is a false one, this right here is exposing them. That's why this book is the most feared book, because it exposes the tricks and traps of the false gods. And y'all, they everywhere. You ain't been doing nothing but worshiping. It's all ancestral worship. It's all ancestral worship. As the sun is to the light of day, so is the Creator to the understanding of all living. Upon which to contemplate is the road of everlasting life, rising in wisdom, love, and power forever. He say just to contemplate. God say if you just contemplate and just meditate on this, the day needs the sun, and our understanding needs the Creator. If you just contemplated and meditated on that right there, you're on the road of everlasting life. You will continue to rise in wisdom, rise in love, rise in power forever. Simple. He's saying, just think about me. Think about how beyond reach, but close I am. You see what I'm saying? He's within all, beyond, and over all. So he everywhere. To be honest, it's almost like we inside him. There's another version of Oahspe that says we are independent atoms of his. Like how else could he be everywhere? Within all of us and outside all of us if we not inside him? It's just something, something to think about, man. Look at this right here. It's right here. Hear your God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and Jehovah, God and Creator, remember, y'all, are not the same one. Nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. You hear what God, Son of the Creator, said? Look, I ain't the same as our Maker. And what I am, you won't be. Rise up, God. Rise up, Goddess. You dig? The brothers are gods in training and the sisters are goddesses in training. Because one day, if you choose to be, the Creator may dispatch you and your heavenly host to go manage the world and assist it on its path toward resurrection and higher life. But God put it on record. This is God revealing who He is. God is telling you, I'm not the Creator. I'm not the one to receive your prayers. I ain't the one you need to be praying to, but I'm your brother. Where you at, I was. I done passed through mortality. I've risen or going through the process of resurrection, and now I'm in a holy place in heaven. Hey, look, you can benefit from my wisdom and my love, man. I got some game to drop on. Yeah. So notice what God said. God said, look, I'm not the Creator. I'm not the Creator. Here you go praying to God and all your different, your different vowel points, and you're rolling your reshes and choking on your kets and your K's, and some of you call them Hashem and El or Yahweh or Yahuwah. I said Yahuwah one time. I said, oh, okay, Yahuwah, Yehovah, Ahaya, God, right? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God and Jehovah are not the same one. Nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. Look at this. You want to know the process? You want to know the system in order? Huh? What is it? What is it? First, mortality, life, right? Then death, which is the first resurrection. We get some understanding today. We all go through these processes of resurrection. All right, such are the spirits of the dead, angels dwelling with mortals upon the earth, where they abide, some for a few years, some for 100, some for 1,000 years or more. Look at that. First resurrection, the inorganic resurrection, are mortals who have died, crossed over, but have not risen above that level of darkness. You feel me? Like, that's what he was doing in his life. That's where he at. You know what I mean? Shit, he was always in the strip club and, you know what I mean, hanging out with the harlots. That's more than likely he gonna be one of them spirits to inspire men to do the same. And as long as you dwell here, I remember, for those who roll with the Creator, the earth is a classroom where you continue to graduate afterwards. For those who don't rock with the Creator, this becomes a prison. And your outdate is on you. Some for a few years, some for 100, some for 1,000 years. The second resurrection, angel organization in heaven and their abandonment of mortals, which is the second resurrection. So second resurrection, and then when we talk about abandonment of mortals, it's something like your earthly desires, your earthly affiliations, whether you gang banging or college gang banging, you an alpha, you a kappa, you a GD, Crip, blood, whatever you call yourself. Right, all that to get to the second resurrection and beginning to move higher. All they gotta be abandoned. Our fleshly desires, not be able to control certain vices that we have. All they gotta be abandoned. You know what I mean? Before we even make it to what's called the second resurrection. You feel me? So it'd be good at times to live live as your higher self, your spirit over your flesh. Suppress that nigga, man. You know what I mean? It'd be good to wage war on that level, to constantly suppress that demon. You feel me? That can come out if I cater to this flesh. And I ain't even finna do that. I ain't finna crash out. You know what I mean? Real spill. So it's letting you know what the first resurrection is, right? And how spirits of the dead wander the earth. Because they're in prison, right? And they're outdated. When they get out, it's strictly on them. They got to learn to do what we teaching today. Learn the most sacred study of your life is what? Your fidelity to your Creator and your fellow man. And righteousness, love, and good works shall become the most sacred study of your life. With the same system in order for you to resurrect, it's the same system in order for the angels to resurrect and to grow and to go higher and witness more of the Creator's glories. You see? A lot of y'all think this is just the only world. It's just us. It's crazy, man. Look at this word. As a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal. So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. Ooh wee, that hurt. Remember, you've been praying to God, and if that's true, that means God is an angel. That means God is an angel. Now, that may have made you spill your coffee. Like, hold on, man. God ain't no angel, man. What you talking about? God ain't no angel. And I know it's weird. It's like, what the hell you mean? Because in your mind, when you say God, you're thinking of the supreme being. Like, nah, Yeah. Acts 7, 37 and 38. Oahspe just declared that God is an angel. Right? And compared it to a kingdom on earth has a king. Right? Where the heavenly place of your God is a kingdom of angels and headed by God, and the angel also. Right? Now, you got people who may have been offended at that. But we have right here in the Bible. Acts 7, 37 and 38. This is that Moses which said unto the children of Israel, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me, him shall you hear. This is he, Moses. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel, which spake to him in the Mount Sinai. That's where you got the 10 Commandments at. That was God speaking to Moses, right? Well, according to Stephen, God is an angel. God is an angel. This is he, Moses, that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel. The church is the assembly of Israel, the nation of Israel. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel, which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers who received the lively oracles of the commandments, to give unto us. Angel. An angel was in Mount Sinai. That was an angel that gave the lively oracles or the 10 Commandments to Moses. That's Acts 7:38. Go to Acts. Let's jump down though, because he repeats it. Repeats it in verse 53. So there's no reason to get mad at Oahspe that says God is an angel, because the Bible says God is an angel. That was an angel, you know what I mean, that gave the commandments to Moses, who received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. And then right after that, they stoned Stephen. Stephen proclaimed, one of the things he proclaimed is God is an angel. A lot of people, hop over that. A lot of people hop over that. You know what I mean? Yep, according to the Bible, God is an angel. You know what I mean? Real spill. Now let's go to Mount Sinai. Go to Mount Sinai and see. Right here. Exodus 31 and 18. Exodus 31 and 18. 31 and 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested. Oh, and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communion with him upon Mount Sinai, like I said in Acts, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. According to Acts 7, verse 38 and verse 53, I believe it is, that God who gave Moses the 10 Commandments was an angel. That was an angel. All right, now, if y'all understand that, according to the biblical narrative, Old and New Testament, you dig? God is an angel. If y'all understand that, drop a 4,000 in the chat. Let's go to Exodus 3. Let's go to Exodus 3. Go to Exodus 3. Another interesting conversation. It ain't hard, man. You just gotta get past it. You gotta get past the fear and just look at it for what it is. You feel me? You'll understand it. You understand it. Exodus chapter 3. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. He led the flock to the backside of the desert that came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. Horeb is another name for Sinai. Another name for Sinai, Mount Sinai. Right? Strong. Mm-hmm.
Strong's H 2722. Chorev. Second entry. Chorev.
Now look at this right here, y'all. Here. This right here, Horeb equal desert. Notice what it says right here. Another name for who? Mount Sinai, from which God gave the law to Moses and the Israelites. It's a headshot, man. Moses at Mount Sinai, Exodus 31:18. After Moses finished communing with the Lord, he gave unto him 2 tables of testimony, or stone, written with the finger of God. Stephen says in Acts 7:37, at Mount Sinai, that was an angel that gave the holy oracles and living testimonies to Moses. Then he goes down in verse 53 and says what? He says, our fathers received the Torah or the law by the disposition of angels and ain't kept it. You got it from an angel. He was stoned right after that. So Horeb is another name for Mount Sinai. It's the same mountain. All right, just in case anybody ain't know that. Look at this, verse 2. And the angel of the Lord, so it's telling you this is one of the Lord's angels. Remember this. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. So who is this appearing to him? It's an angel of the Lord appears to Moses. And where is this angel? It's in the middle of a bush. And the bush is on fire. Okay? This is an angel. Watch this. And it says right here, and he looked and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed, meaning it wasn't burning up. It was on fire, but it wasn't even barbecued. Look at this. Verse 3. And Moses said, I will now turn aside to see this great sight while the bush is not burnt. Verse 4. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush. Who's in the midst of the bush, Malachi? Verse 2. The angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of the bush. It's an angel in the midst of this bush calling to Moses. Okay? Verse 2 says that's an angel in the middle of that bush. Verse 4 say God called to him out of the midst of the bush, or out of the middle of the bush. Verse 2 say this God is an angel. Okay? And said, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I. Right here. And he said, draw not near hither. Put off your shoes from off your feet. For the place whereon you stand is holy ground. Moreover, he said, this is the angel. Verse 2 says in the middle of the bush. That verse 4 says is God calling unto him out of the midst of the bush. This is that same God or angel in the middle of the bush. Look how he identifies himself. Moreover, he said, I am the God of your father. This is the angel in verse 2 in the middle of the bush. That's the God in verse 4 in the middle of the bush. Speaking to Moses, told him to take his shoes off his feet, he on holy ground, and then he announces himself as the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. Good night, 4:30 to God. God.
Strong's H 430, entry 1. Eloach. Eloach. Second entry, Elohim. Elohim. And the third entry, Eloach. Eloach.
Outline of biblical uses: angels, angels, gods, God, goddess. Occasionally applied by way of deference to magistrates and sometimes as a superlative. Angels. So angels is in the definition of God, yes, or Elohim or El. So notice in verse 6, the angel in verse 2 in the middle of the bush who appeared to Moses starts speaking to him in like verse 4. But God called unto him out of the midst of the bush. Well, that's where the angel was at. All right, so God is the angel calling unto Moses out of the middle of the bush. And in verse 6, this same angel or God says that he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Right? And Moses got shook because he didn't want to look upon God. And one of the definitions of God is an angel. So we shouldn't even be mad at what Oahspe says. You know what I mean? We shouldn't even be mad that Oahspe goes into that and breaks down the fact that God is an angel. No one should be mad. The Bible says it. Old and New Testament. If y'all understand that, drop a 5,000 in the chat. You understand that the Bible teaches that God is an angel. I mean, God is an angel too, just a female angel, female ancestor. That's it. Simple angel, really spooky. What your grandmama become when she died? A female ancestor, an angel. Yeah. Yeah. Bible already told you guys an angel. Well, that means that all of us has been puffed out of the chest, whether we've been zealots for the Christians or zealots for the whole Israelite thing. You feel me? The God, the supreme being behind it, the deity behind it, y'all, is an angel in form and figure of a man. It's jealous, vindictive, bloodthirsty. Commands genocide at times. Okay, slavery. This is why this is the most feared book in these constant streets. It's Oahspe. It exposes, when you really trip off of it, it exposes the deities everywhere. Everywhere. So I went back to Oahspe. Discipline 1 and 17 is a kingdom on earth as a king, and the king is nevertheless a mortal. So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels. And the chief over them is God and angel also. Nobody should be mad at that. Especially nobody. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We just showed you in Exodus 3 verses 2 through 6 is an angel that was speaking to him out of the midst of the burning bush. He declared himself the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's Torah, Acts 7, verse 38 and verse 53. Stephen boldly claims that Moses and the elders received the 10 lively commandments from an angel. Exodus 31 and 18 says after he finished communing with the Lord gave him 2 tablets of testimony written with the finger of God. Same God is an angel according to Torah and is an angel according to Acts. You shouldn't be mad when you read this. Only reason you should be somewhat mad is to keep it a band with you is because you realize you've been praying to a false one. Notice this is a true God talking, and he ain't said not one time pray to me. He gave praise to the Creator. Yeah, it's time to go back to the drawing board. Yes, it's time to go back. Look, it's only a matter of time. Either you're gonna correct this now, or you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait till then when it's gonna be a lot harder, man. A lot harder. And the chief over them is God, an angel also. Look at this right here. Oahspe hit hard, boy. Yet nevertheless, the kingdom of your God embraces all the heavens of the earth, and it is also with all corporeal worlds and their atmospheric heavens. A God and organic heavens belong to each and all of them. So you just got to reveal the system and order on other physical worlds. Same system and order here is the same system and order on other countless worlds that the Creator has created. Same exact system and order. Look at this. Nor is this all, for there is a third resurrection. Oh, you never heard of that one, huh? There is a third resurrection in which the angels rise still higher in wisdom, love, and power, are sent by your God into Ethereum, midway between the planets and stars, the highest of all heavens, over which there are chiefs, who are also gods and goddesses, or still more comprehensive attributes. See, the sisters play a very important role in the Creator's creations. Absolutely. Therefore, this is what God is still talking, y'all. Therefore, I am like any other spirit of the dead, a one-time man upon the earth. Therefore, I am like any other spirit of the dead. God is like any other spirit of the dead. God is a one-time man upon the earth, even as you are in this day, but one within the organic heavens of the earth. If you getting some understanding thus far, man, y'all drop a 7,000 in the chat. Y'all see we ain't come to play. You gonna get the understanding. You gonna get the understanding. I promise you. I promise you gonna get the understanding. Drop a 7,000 in the chat. No reason to be mad. No reason to throw you a little hissy fit for what? For what? What we doing that for? What we throwing a hissy fit for? There ain't no reason to. It just said what the Bible said. It just gave a deeper explanation on what it is. All right? Let's get busy. We're going back to Oahspe, Book of Safari. We're going to get into some Nazarene and same literature today. We're gonna see what them boys around the first century was talking about. How you supposed to think of creating. And how they wasn't bound to no written book. They already knew it all had corruption in it. You supposed to take what's beneficial from you out these books, and whatever ain't beneficial, you supposed to throw it to the dogs. Throw it to the dogs. Ain't got nothing to do with me. See? And that's how you supposed to be getting down with any so-called spiritual book. You don't make yourself a slave to none of it. As soon as you hear something that rub your spirit the wrong way, you got every right to question it. You got every right to say, nah, my spirit don't agree with that. That's just what it is. You're not blaspheming because of that. That's you trying the spirit by the spirit. Nah, my spirit don't even agree with that. What is that? Notice this. This is like a question and answer situation with this right here. Look at this. Look at this. Book of Sapphire. Dark or degree of gold giant. All right. The AA section of it. All right. So This is like a question and answer between like a master and an initiate type. You know what I mean? Somebody seeking to get some higher understanding. So it's more like a question and answer type thing, right? So the question comes out, who is the creator? Who is Jehovah? Answer, the great spirit. He who is over all and within all, the potent and unseen. It is he whose ever presence quickens in the life all that live. Oh, we. Look at this right here. Remember, how is the creator to be thought of? How do you think? What is it you hold up here about your maker? Right? At any time, have you thought something, you feel me, that was contrary to his character of being omnipotent, meaning all powerful, omniscient, meaning all knowledge, omnipresent, meaning every word at once, and unseen, physical. Not seen that you see a man, woman, angel, animal, none of that, right? Knows what it says. It says, the great spirit, he who is over all and within all. The potent, omnipotent, and unseen. Potent means all powerful. So the creator is the great spirit, the creator is over all and within all. Omnipotent, all powerful, and unseen. It is he whose ever presence quickens into life all that live. So you pulling breath through your nostrils right now because of the creator's presence. The sun and the moon does what it does because of the creator's presence. The creator is everywhere and yet unseen. Huh? Question come out. Well, where is the creator? Where is the great spirit? Answer, everywhere. Everywhere. No other place without him. You can't argue against that. You gonna say that he ain't everywhere. That there are places without him. Like, how do you argue against what the gang bringing out to this Oahspe? You don't have a higher light. You can't argue. Question comes out. Question comes out, right? Well, what is this form? Answer. No man can attain to know his form. What you mean? You don't know what he looked like? So hold on. No man can attain to know his form. So who was that showed Moses his backside on the mountain? Could it have been the same angel in the middle of the burning bush that gave the 10 Commandments, who finally showed Moses his hindquarters, his backside? Moses saw a form of his God, right? Well, the question come out, well, what is the form? If he's everywhere and there's no place without him, then what is his form? What do we look like? That's all that question is asking when it says, what is his form? The question is, well, what do he look like then? Answer, no man can attain to know his form. So we can stop the black Jesus, white Jesus arguments, and this picture is holding to that picture. No man can attain to know his form. That means you ain't seen him. Michelangelo ain't seen him. Leonardo da Vinci ain't seen him. Nor your Bantu great uncle from the Congo, he ain't seen it. The creator is not informing figure of a man. That's hard for people to grasp. See, now you can't, there's no idol. You can't make an idol of the creator. No man can attain to know his form, nor the highest raised angel. We just read that earlier. It says right here, what is his extent? How far is his reach? No man can attain to know his extent. Oof. Boundless, huh? Question, Remember the class. The class is what? How is the creator to be thought of? And for any of those who fancy themselves as my enemies or our enemies, any one of y'all, you feel me? The only reason you about foaming at the mouth and ready to and try yourself to throw curses over this way is because it's being revealed you've been in cahoots and you've been in covenant with a false God this whole time. And I know that ain't an easy place to be. I've been there. But we give you something greater. It's your maker. It's God's maker. Whatever God you mumbled off your mouth with your prayer breath, you dig, is still a creation of the creator. Meaning who you praying to got a maker. And he ain't told you that. He got you thinking that he's the supreme being, and he's not. Question, is he a person? Answer, in as much as all are living are persons, so is he the all person of all things. And as much as his ever presence quickening the life all that live, so is his ever presence with the living, seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and act of all men, women, and children on earth and in heaven. Ball game. What is we talking about here? Seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and act of every man, woman, and child on earth and in heaven. Ball game. What is we even talking about here? You see, there's a difference between the creator and a God. We all been praying to God this whole time. You mean to tell me your spirit guide, your ancestor you've been cutting onions to, ain't told you like, hey, look, this you know that's not the creator. That's just one of your brothers and sisters you over there cutting onions to. You ain't been warned? Well, guess what that means about the one you claim is your spirit guide or guardian angel? They ain't know the creator either. See, those sent by the creator announces his glory. They declare to you his presence, whether in the flesh or in the spirit as an angel, an ancestor. Those that rock with creator, first thing off their lips, they announcing his glory. Ain't none of that. Seeing, hearing, and feeling. That's deep right there. Feeling. He don't just see what we do and hear what we do. He feel what we do. Every word and act of all men, women, and children on earth and in heaven. Your little spirit guide or your little ancestor you've been talking to, you know what I mean? You're praying to, who you've been cutting onions to, ain't told you about the glory of the creator. Strike one. What you mean? And they in the form and figure of a man. So I can see this something. Whether it's a statue or a picture you got up, or whether you can see some type of spirit apparition of this sucker, you've seen him. And he ain't told you that, look, I'm nowhere near, no, I'm not the guy, I'm just your brother. Nigga, listen to me. Don't pray to me, pray to him. This is who I pray to. Only by righteousness, good and good works can you even endure the light of the creator's kingdom. You ain't talking about that, you ain't talking about no resurrection. Next question. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Well, where does his name come from? Answer. As the wind whispers in the leaves and utters oh, and the ocean surge and then the thunder above and in the winter shrill whistle, so came the name which has become Jehovih and Elohim and Elohim and When? No, he. How was he discovered? Answer. The angels of heaven taught man of him. The angels of heaven taught man of the Creator. Who are the angels of heaven? Answer. People who once lived on earth or other corporeal worlds with an S. Angels are simply one-time mortals who have crossed over and become angels, spirits, ancestors, whatever floats your boat, whatever. Well, what is their form? What the angels look like? Answer. Even just like mortals, just like us. That's why in the Bible, when angels appear, people say they saw a man. Because angels are one-time men, women, who once lived on either this world or another corporeal world. You hear and see and feel this higher light of Oahspe is dropping. It's flowing like water. It's flowing like water. Huh? So we know angels have a form because they're one-time mortals. And angels are also, God is also an angel, but the Creator has no form. No man can see it, has grown to attain to know its form. No man has seen the Creator. None. Not the highest raised angel, none. That is question. Well, where is heaven? Answer. Worlds unseen by mortals fill the ethereal firmament above. These worlds are heaven. These are the spirit worlds with an S. These are the Ethereal worlds with an S. These are the abodes of the spirits of the dead. This is where this is where all your ancestors go to. You see, these Ethereal firmaments above. These are the abodes of the dead. You know what I mean? Those who begin and start their process of resurrection. Because either you rising or you fall. Either it's resurrection or declension. But repeat this. Both are on you. Your rise and your fall is on you. It ain't on nobody else. You know what I mean? So you might as well go ahead and get to it and start putting mostly good out. Put good out, man, so you can start getting good back. You know what I mean? In all sincerity, though. It is. How did the angels come from heaven down to the corporeal earth? In the Danai, or the beginning of an art cycle, they come direct. At other times, they come through familiar spirits. Question, who are familiar spirits? Answer, our fathers, see? Familiar, family spirits, familiar. Who are familiar spirits? Our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, other relatives and friends who have not been dead long. And other spirits who have not learned of or risen to the heavens above Earth's atmosphere, that haven't went through that process of resurrection. You know what I mean? Or there are relatives who ain't been dead long, who still wandering the earth. It's a wandering spirit. Many of these familiar spirits abide on the earth and with mortals. So yeah, there is paranormal activity popping off out there. Absolutely. But now you understand that these ain't number one-time mortals who have died and crossed over and have not started the process of resurrection. Because your rise and fall is simply on you, it ain't on nobody else. See that? It said, well, many of these abide on the earth and with mortals, some for a few years, some for 100, some for 1,000 or more years. No, I'm not trying to be locked down from the earth plane or the ground to the sky right above me. I'm out of here. Nah. It's time to go ahead and get to viewing more glories of the Creator. I'm not trying to be stuck here in a cage. Question, what is an idol? Answer, anything having form and figure that is worship. So if you can see it and it's worship, or if it has been seen and it's worshipped, it's prayed to. There are certain rites and ceremonies that happen to it. It has been seen. It is worship. Guess what that makes that? An idol. Jesus Christ is an idol. Jesus Christ was seen, right? He's in the form and figure of a man, came through the womb of a woman. You dig? And it's worshipped today, prayed to. That would make him an idol. He's been seen. He has form and figure. He's worshipped. Same with the Jehovah of the Old Testament. Make him an idol. He has form and figure. He's a man sitting on a throne with woolly hair. He's worshipped. He's prayed to. He's an idol. Him sitting on a throne right now, it's not him being ever present. Not everywhere at once. He's on a throne. He's sitting in a chair. So an idol, believe it or not, is anything that you can see and it is worship. That's an idol. All right? If y'all understand what an idol is, if you can see it and it is worshipped, any way, shape, or form, it is an idol. If y'all understand that, y'all drop a 10,000 in the chat, man. Easy work. Now I'm talking about if you can see it, remember they saw the God of Israel. The elders of Israel ate with the God of Israel. Oh man, we gotta be real with ourselves. Moses saw that angel in the midst of that bush. That angel said he was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know what I mean? Right here. So y'all there. If you can see it or it has been seen and it's worship, it's an idol. That's whether that's picture, whether that's stone. Remember, if you can see, if it has been seen and it's worship, y'all, it's an idol. And y'all, that's every god, every ancestor, and any spiritual system you point to together. There's some type of deity behind it. Even if the deity is yourself, you. Exodus 24:10, 24:9. Then went up Moses and Aharon, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel. And there was under his feet, as it were, paved work of a sapphire stone. And as it were, the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel, he laid not his hand. Also, they saw God and did eat and drink. There is no reason to be mad, though, because Stephen said that God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is an angel. Right? We go to Exodus 31:18, and it shows what? That after Moses finished communicating with God, he gave him 2 tables of stone on the table of testimony, written with God's finger. Right? That's what he said. Then we go to Exodus 3. You know, we go right to Torah when he first got introduced to the burning bush. Right? And it said it was an angel of the Lord in the middle of the bush. And the angel of the Lord, you dig down in verse 4, is God in the middle of the bush. And out of the midst of the bush, that this same God or angel told Moses he was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's an angel. It's a lawful to worship angels. We're worshiping angels now. Well, we just read that an idol is anything that has form and figure that is worship. If it has form, you can see it. And they saw the God of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel. And there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of heaven in its clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel, he laid not his hand. Also, they saw God and did eat and drink. Y'all see that? Let me slow you down. Slow you down. That's it. You so quick. Slow down. But once you slow down, you get it. You get it. You get it. You just slow down. So what is an idol again? Anything having form and figure that is worship. Anything. Anything having form and figure that is worship is an idol. You heard that? Now watch this. Well, the next question come out within, who is God? Answer, a spirit with a heavenly throne. A spirit with a heavenly throne, believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. Familiar spirits often call themselves God, and taught mortals to call them that also. Y'all hear that? It say God is a spirit with a heavenly throne. So true or false God? You got true God, he got a heavenly throne. And he sits on that throne in the name of the creator and does what the creator sent him to do. You have a false God who jumps out of the path of the creator and sets up his own kingdom and gets his own subjects and have them build his throne. But either way, a God is a one-time man or an angel who has crossed over, risen to the rank of God, and he has a heavenly throne. All right, so what's the difference between a true God and a false God, Malachi? Believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. So if I ask you, does your God sit on the throne? You say, yeah, and I say, do you worship this God? You say, yeah, and then I ask you, so that God is the creator of all things, right? And you go along to twist your mouth and say, yes, and you're only proving that the God you worship is an idol. It has form and figure, right? It's worship. And it's not omnipresent or ever present. It's sitting on a throne right now in a chair somewhere. It ain't everywhere. It said people in darkness believe that God is the creator of all things. Whew. Whew. You dig? I remember that little chop session Sheila I had with your boy Zoya. And the Zoya, but of course, Bible says God sits on the throne. But he's thinking this is the creator. No, God, whoever you've been praying to, has a maker, has a father. Period. There ain't no getting around it. A spirit with a heavenly throne, believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. Familiar spirits often call themselves God and taught mortals to call them that also. Question, who are saviors? Answer, familiar spirits who have kingdoms in the atmosphere or atmosphere, which by the ancients was called the lower heaven. Saviors are tyrants who make slaves of other spirits who believe in them. Who's your Lord and personal Savior? It says saviors are tyrants who make slaves of other spirits who believe in them. Their slaves are sent back to mortals as guardian angels or familiar spirits. You can go and talk to your spirit guide. You not knowing that's a familiar spirit or a slave to a savior. Who've been sent to you to keep you on the path of this false doctrine, for this false kingdom and this false God. You know what I'm saying? Without you knowing the character of the creator, you just free game. You just so gullible, all outside, just so spiritual, opening up every damn doorway. You ain't been told about these tyrants out here, these jack boys. These malevolent spirits, not benevolent, malevolent, who don't care nothing about you, want to bring you on. You see? And you paid for it. Their slaves are sent back to mortals as guardian angels or familiars in order to make captives of mortals after death, to make you a slave after death, to augment or build up the Savior's kingdoms in the atmosphere. Well, how can a man escape the toils of false lords, gods, saviors, and familiars? Excellent question. Now, a sister asked me that not that long ago. All right, this is what you do. Remember, this is practical. He shall covenant with the Creator every day of his life. All right, make sure y'all doing this. This is practical. He shall covenant with the Creator every day of his life and serve him by doing good works to others with all his wisdom and strength. That's step one. You want to escape the toils. You want to escape the oppression of these false lords, these false gods, saviors, and familiar spirits. Oahspe gives you something practical you can apply right now. Remember I said earlier, you can let the fear go. You can let the fear go. You know what I mean? You ain't, none of this is your fault. Right? But all praises to the Creator for providing, you know what I mean, a way for us to understand. And we can start pulling ourselves up out of these dark spots. You know what I mean? Because we understand the system in order. So, you know, especially if you've been, especially if you was devoted to the deity. You know what I mean? You was in covenant with the deity. You went through certain rites and ceremonies. Whether that was communion, this is my body, this is my blood, or whatever it may be. You going through rites and ceremonies to put you in covenant with these lords, false lords, gods, saviors, and familiars. So what can you do to break that covenant? Now, first thing you gotta do is open up your mouth. All right. He shall covenant with the Creator every day of his life and serve him. How do you serve Creator, Malachi? How? By doing good works to others. See, it ain't about what everybody's trying to force you into. They want to force you into being an Israelite, force you into being Muslim, force you into being Commission, force you into being a 5%er, force you into the different ancestral worships and African spiritualities, force you into it. See that? This is simple over this way. Just do something good for somebody, man. And when you're doing it, do it with all your wisdom and strength. Don't half step with doing good. Do good all the way, man. You know what I mean? Don't be no half step in spirit. Go the whole way. Yeah, no, we take a step and a half. We ain't half stepping. You know what I mean? It says so, and serve him by doing good works to others with all his wisdom and strength. That's step one. You want to escape the bondage of these false gods? Get out here and do something good to somebody with all your wisdom and strength. Step one. Step two. Nor shall he call in prayer on the name of a Savior. Is Jesus your Lord and personal Savior? You know what I'm saying? Nor shall he call in prayer on the name of a Savior or God or any other spirit, but on the great Spirit only. In prayer you only pray to Creator. Creator is the great Spirit. So step one is get out here and do good to others with all your wisdom and strength. Step two is stop calling on these gods in your prayers. Stop it. Let it go. All right? Step three, if he does this and he eschews contention, war, leadership, earthly gain, and earthly aggrandizement, then Etherian angels will come and guard him in the name of the Creator. Ooh, he's got a 3-step process on how to uncovenant yourself. With the false gods, lords, saviors, and familiars. You guys got a 3-step practical process that you can do right now to come from up under the clutches of these so-called false gods. What's step one, Malachi? Get out here and do something good for someone else and do it with all your wisdom and strength. Step two is stop calling on prayer. Stop calling on the name of these false gods and lords in prayer. Zip that up. Only pray to the Creator. And 3, eschew contention, and avoid it. If you ain't got to fight, don't fight. Eschew contention, war, leadership. Like this my show. They march to the beat of my drum. No. Eschew leadership, earthly gain, and earthly aggrandizement. You know what I mean? Just, worldly applause and all that. Like some people live for that type of thing. Right? If you do that, right, then Ethereal angels will come and guard him in the name of the Creator. Woo! Huh? Ooh-wee. Yeah, that boy ran. We'll put on his track slippers. He put on his track slippers and got about her. Ooh-wee. How is the Creator to be thought of, man? That's the topic. That's what we're talking about today. All right, so Ethereal angels will come and guard you. Who are Ethereans? Answer: spirits who have risen above the bondage of the earth and its atmosphere. Spirits who can come only to mortals who have attained beyond earthly desires. So the Ethereans are the high-raised angels who have resurrected or graduated not only from the earth, but also graduated outside of the earth's atmosphere. And now they're into outer space, what you call it. The Etherean worlds, the swirling galaxies. The abodes of the spirit worlds, basically. Yep. The high-raised angels will come and guard you. You just do these 3 simple things daily. Do something good to somebody with all your wisdom and strength. Stop calling on the name of these false-ass gods in prayer. Avoid warfare, contention, leadership. You're doing it just for the earthly gain, earthly aggrandizement. If you do that, right, and be sincere basically in what you do, right, in the high-raised angels. Yeah, real spill. Verse 44, has it not been said, do not swear at all? Answer: the Creator says, swear to your Father in heaven every day of your life. And you tell me, why are we shutting up communication with Creator? That don't make sense. Why would we? The Creator says, swear to your Father in heaven every day of your life. And if you fail to keep your oath, you shall renew it on the following day with repentance. But in all swearing, it shall be for perfecting oneself for the glory of the Father. See? That communion need to be about, perfecting your talents, get yourself together. You know what I mean? So you can be an asset to others. And it's all the Father's glory. You see that? It will take ego and all that about it. And take ego and that about it. You know what I mean? Ooh-wee. If y'all get some understanding, y'all drop an 8,000 in the chat, man. CGG is in the building. Title of the class is How Was the Creator to Be Thought of? Malaki. Now drop an 8,000 in the chat, man. Fill my mugs up real quick. I'll be right back. Let's go. Let's go. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Had to handle some business real quick, man. Y'all see the title, How is the Creator to be thought of? What is it that you hold up top about your maker? You feel me? A lot of people don't understand that. You know, you just as idolatrous if you hold the form and figure of your God in the image of a man sitting on the throne in your head. You just as idolatrous as the one who got the stone statue of Buddha. Just as idolatrous. Remember, the Creator is not in the form and figure of a man, a woman, angel, or an animal. You feel me? Love and light to the family. Love and light to the family. Shout out to my brother Cosmine, Cal, the cloud kicker. Number love and light to you, Cal, man. Before I love on you, brother, and your entire family, may the Creator spirit of comfort, you know, guide you, and wisdom guide you during these trying times, my brother. May our Nisi Poo rise in power and experience all the glories that the Creator has for. You understand? Hold your head up, brother. Your family is heard of the hug on you, love on you, all that good stuff, man. You dig? And if we can't do it, then we out here, you know what I mean, tiptoeing through the tulips when it comes to this real work. You know what I mean? So just know y'all in our prayers, brother. And the beautiful thing is we embrace our loved ones again, man. You know what I mean? We embrace them again. Or may the memory of your beloved daughter be favored, brother. Real spill all day. All right, we in escrow. We in escrow 40. Now let's say right there. So we in escrow 40. Remember, how was the Creator to be thought of? Right? Oahspe. But for the time of my fulfillment of my revelations, it would not be sufficient for either heaven or earth to reestablish spiritual communion. But it shall also be shown to them that there are kingdoms and principalities in heaven, and they are ruled over by both good and bad gods. Spiritual wickedness in high places. But moreover, they shall understand the truth that whoever worships Buddha shall go to Buddha to be his slaves. Whoever worships Brahma shall go to Brahma and be his slaves. Y'all, the same apply with Christ. Same apply with Jibril, who pump faking like he the Allah. Yeah, that's where you're going. As a slave to augment their heavenly kingdoms into its fall. Verse 15, I will make it plain to them that the worship of spirit, though he is a God, is simply the giving of their own souls into bondage. For they shall in that day understand that the great spirit, the ever present, is not an idol. Is not an idol in the figure of a man sitting on a throne. Good night, boy. Good night, boy. Now pause and reflect over what it is that you've been conditioned to quote unquote believe about God. Type some of the things in the chat that you've been conditioned to believe about God that you are finding out today, or you already know that that is not in line with the character of the Creator. Type some of the things that you found out either today or on your journey that you found out ain't got nothing to do with the Creator at all. For they shall understand, I will make it plain to them, right, that to worship a spirit, though he is a God, is simply the giving of their own souls into bondage. Ooh, and it's voluntary. It's a choice. You gave that up. You became a slave, quoted and devoted. Quoted and devoted. See that? It's simply the giving of their own souls into bondage. So it is a choice. For they shall in that day understand that the great spirit or the creator, the ever present, is not an idol, the figure of a man sitting on the throne. Boy, that's a headshot right there, boy. That's a headshot right there. So the creator is omnipresent, all places at the same time, omniscient, all knowledge, omnipotent, all powerful, invisible, impossible to look upon as you see other men, women, children, or animals. These are the main attributes belonging to the ever-present creator, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is everywhere. Let's look deep into more characteristics and compare and contrast the ever-present creator versus the localized deity. Let's scroll down some. That's a good one too. That's about Abraham. You know what I mean? The burnt sacrifices, the chopped off goat heads. Y'all seen that before. Let no one say when he is tempted, I am tempted by God. God cannot be tempted by evil. And he himself tempts no man. James 1:13. God said to Abraham, behold, it is an easy matter to talk, to commune with spirits, but to judge righteously regarding them is not so easy. First book of God, 9:5. Oahspe. Good night, boy. Serious business. It's easy to talk with them, but to discern righteously, that ain't necessarily so easy for you. Let's get into some of these teachings of Abraham real quick. We're gonna get into some of them. Don't fret. We about to get into some of this Nazarene scene lit too. We about to get into that. They was talking the same thing. Like, hey, look, something ain't right. What's that? Now look what Abraham said. This is the first book of God, chapter 10, Oahspe, body blow. Abraham got teachings in Oahspe. Teachings. Abraham said, this testimony I declare to you regarding which your own brethren are witnesses, that even the chosen of God can be deceived by evil angels. Chosen of God, Israelites, right? We just went over that God is an angel. The angel was a one-time man, and the angel announced himself as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I ain't told you nothing about its maker, the creator. Even the chosen of God can be deceived by evil angels, for they, the evil angels, listen, can take any name and form. So an evil angel or a false god can appear exactly how you expect. Answering to the name you call on in your prayer breath. You ain't know that, did you? You know, we're arguing over what name to call you. You don't even know it's a false one from the jump. It don't even matter. At that point, it don't even matter. An evil angel, a false god, can take any name and form. Can answer to your prayer that you've been calling on, the name exactly how you pray. And come looking exactly how you got hanging up on your walls. Burnished bronze skin, as if it burnt in the furnace. Voice of many waters. Eyes of his eyes, bloodshot red, perfectly trimmed gray afro. With bloody garments and a sword that smite the nations, little blood up to the horses, brother. But did you know that you've been deceived this whole time? Because an evil angel can come in the very name you pray in, and look at exactly how you expect. Do a slight miracle You're hook, line, and some of that. You're not even supposed to be looking for none of that. It don't matter if you pop up looking like your twin. It don't matter. And having no fear of God before them, declare falsehood for truth and darkness for light. And also, if you have seen the evilest of cities, even as well as the purest may be the abiding places of angels, for which reason you shall not seek miracles and signs. He says, stop looking for if this deity can do a miracle. Stop listening for a name. Stop looking for how you expect his garments to look and what his skin look like. Stop. You're gonna be deceived if you keep tripping like that. See, let me give you some of this game though. You see, greater game come out with the spiritual game. Let you know, like, hey, look, watch out. Watch out, because hey, if that's all you need, all they gotta do is come look at them how you expect them to look. Answering in the name you call on and pray in your prayer breath. Do a slight miracle, and guess what? They can tell, once they got you, they can go tell you to go, hey, go over there and kill all them babies. 30th. You going over there with a battery in your back about to perform all types of wickedness. See, character of the creator is key, man. If you don't know the character of the creator, listen, you're fooled out here. You're fooled. For which reason you should not seek signs and miracles, for these may be from evil spirits, even though they show their bodies or converse learnedly. It is not in the power of man to know by words, I'm Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh Shai, and signs, you have a miracle, or what they looking like, or by oaths or promises what is true. That's not what you given to know truth. You're not giving that. You know what I mean? Oh wait. Hold on 1 second. Mic check, my bad, family. Had to handle some business real quick. Now look at this, man. Peep this spiritual game now. Peep this spiritual game now. Alright. Right here. For which reasons you should not seek signs and miracles, for these may be from evil spirits, even though they show their bodies or converse learnedly. It is not in the power of man to know by words and signs or by oaths or promises what is true. So don't be in the spirit world. You're not supposed to be looking for what something look like, what name it call on, or if it got the ability to do a miracle. That's not what you look for to determine if this is something that's for you or against you. But trip off that. That's what everybody who said you spirit focus on. What a thing look like, what name it answer to, and if it got some type of spiritual power. That's it. That's it. And that's every system. That's damn near every spiritual system, right? Look at it. Look at it. But the Father has created one thing besides, which is his own light. For which reason be believing toward men and angels. Now they teach you according to Creator, which is, now look at this, which is life to all and happiness to all without sacrifice to any. They are holy. Now trip off that. Trip off that right there. Notice it say, believe them if they come with the message of what? Life to all. Happiness to all. Without the sacrifice to any. Without the murder, without the bloodshed of any. When something gotta die, innocent animal, innocent man. Now, man, in order for you to be pardoned. Right? See? So it's letting you know, trip off the message. Y'all steady trip off the message. Y'all tripping off the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Y'all tripping off the wrong thing. You tripping off what a thing look like, what name it answer to, and if it can do a miracle. Abraham teaching right here telling you that no, only believe a man or a spirit if they teach you according to the Creator, which is what? Life to all. The message they bring got to do with life to all, happiness to all, without the sacrifice of any. All right, that's a good message. That's from the Creator. That's what's up. See? Real easy. Not about what a thing look like or if it can do a miracle or if it answers to what you've been praying in. Huh? If a man or angel says, visit the sick and administer to the distressed, follow his advice. For it is of the Father. So now, dealing in your spirit communions and all that, now you gotta weigh the messages that come through. The downloads everybody claim they get, and you gotta weigh them. Everyone that come knocking. It's about life, love, liberty, to all, happiness to all, without the sacrifice to any. It's about me doing good works to others, like visiting the sick and stressing. Yeah, but trip off this. Trip off this. But if man or angel says do this and you should have profit or glory or applause, do not obey him. Look at that. And that's crazy because that ain't hurting nobody else, but it's for self. It's selfishness. It's the earthly aggrandizement. It's, it ain't a party that I get here. Everything's a standing ovation and an attaboy. Hey, y'all little jokers, chill out. But if man or angel says do this, you shall have profit or glory or applause, you do not obey him. For he advises for yourself and not for the brotherhood of man. He's not a God. See, so anything that leads to selfishness or anything that leads to you being self-centered, egotistical, do this, bro. You'll have plenty of profit for you. You're gonna get glory. Everybody gonna stand, nigga, boots to nigga and click their heels when you walk in the room and clap, nigga. Abraham saying if a man or a spirit come with that type of inspiration, don't listen to it. It ain't of God. It's for yourself and not everybody else. That's another way. You feel me? If it brings harm to somebody, nah, I can't get down with it. You dig? If it comes promoting you and not the crew, nah, I can't get down with it. See, look at this. Spirits will come disguised as your fathers and mothers who are dead, professing love and profit to you. Some of us have had those, right? Do not believe them. Do not believe them, except when they teach you to sacrifice self for for the good of others. They don't even believe these spirits that come looking like Big Mama, your father, your pops, and your moms. Talking about they love you and you don't want to profit you and all that, right? Only time you believe any man or spirit, if you want to know if it's of the Creator, you got to know what it is. This is about love, life, liberty, happiness to all without the sacrifice of any. It is about self, me becoming self-centered and me gaining all types of profits and standing applause. And that don't do nothing but stroke my ego. It ain't for everybody. So we're saying even if they come looking like your family, don't believe them except they teach. The message got to be what? Teach you to sacrifice self. Good night. The wicked in heart having profited in herds and in gold and silver say, behold, God has blessed me. But I say to you, they are cursed, not of God, as he gathered you together here because you were rich. Israelites. Were you gathered because you were rich? No. You were slaves and in poverty, sick and in bondage. He came and delivered you. Be like him and he will abide with you. If the Spirit says, behold, I am your father, say to him, it is well. What do you want? See how you supposed to communicate? Even if the Spirit is your father. See, it's just as many scandalous spirits in the spirit world as it is physical people on this earth. You know what I mean? So it's letting you know, it's letting you know how to communicate, how to commune. Don't be out here in the spirit world all gullible. You feel me? Just thinking every spirit is for you. That's not the truth. Some things in the spirit world are against us. Or even if a spirit says, behold, I am your father, say to him, it is well, what do you want? So you gotta be a straight shooter. You gotta shoot straight. Dealing with these paranormals, dealing with these spirits. I ain't denying the experience. I ain't denying the communication. It's just what you supposed to say when certain things skip across your plate. Surely every download ain't good for you. And when he answers you, consider if his words are of God, which are for the glory of the Creator. And if his words are not of God, you should challenge him to prove himself. See, because everyone that the Creator sends announces his glory, declares his ever presence. Everyone, whether it's mortals or angels, that's what they do first. Yet neither shall man flatter himself by saying, behold, I have joined the faithless, or the Israelites. My soul shall escape hell. For in that day and hour, God may be putting him to the test to see if his heart is for good works and holiness. For because you profess God, you are doubly bound to practice godliness in your behavior toward men and angels. First book of God, chapter 3, verse 7. And God came to post saying, what is the extent of your fidelity to the All-Highest light? Answer, I will obey him in all things. Question, God said, would you sacrifice your 3 sons if commanded by your Creator? Poe said, answer, they are the Creator's, not mine. How dare I sacrifice that which is another's? You heard me? How dare, and God asked me. Poe said, they are the Creator's, not mine. How dare I sacrifice that which is another's? God said, you are wise. You know the Oahspe law. Who is Oahspe and what is the Oahspe law? Chapter 1 of Divinity, Oahspe, headshot. God said, this then is the Oahspe law. Oahspe, the Creator, displays his creations which he created. He set the stars in the firmament. These are the words of the book of the Almighty. These are the words of the book of the Almighty. He set the stars in the firmament. These are the words of the book of the Almighty. He made the substances of the earth and all the things on and in it. These are the words of the Creator, Oahspe, the Jehovah. So Oahspe and Jehovah just other names for who, y'all? the creator. And just a different name they call them toward the Persia and Indian areas. They call them Ormaz, which means master light. See? So when you read Oahspe, you read Ormaz sometimes. Ormaz is just another name for a creator, just like Jehovih is. It's like the Great Spirit is. See that? The substances of things going and coming forever, creating and dissolving from one shape into another. These are the Ormazdian law. The who law? The Jehovih law. Ormaz and Jehovah are other names for the creator. If y'all understand that, y'all drop me a 2000 in the chat, man. Ormaz and Jehovah, the Great Spirit, are just other names for the omnipresent, ever-present creator. It's just, he was called different things in different divisions of the earth. But the way they knew it was the creator was based off what? The message. Love, life, liberty, and happiness to all, without the sacrifice of any. Becoming selfless. Not believe in any spirit just because it looked like you expected to, or answer to the name you've been calling on in your prayer breath, or even do a miracle. That's not how you dictated this is of the creator. How do you dictate it? By the doctrine, by the message they come with. First and foremost, any angel or any man sent from the creator is always going to announce the creator's glory and declare his ever presence. Strike one and they ain't doing that. Strike one, they ain't doing that. You feel me? Look at this. By virtue of his presence, these things speak and press upon one another forever. What these things speak upon the soul of man, write upon the soul of man. These are man's knowledge. See, you are the book, right? Acquired by the Ormazdian law, the Jehovian law. See? What these things speak upon the souls of angels, write upon the souls of angels. These are the angels' knowledge acquired by the Ormazdian law, the Jehovian law, angels and men. Right? Same system and order. Ormaz is another name for the ever-present creator. The Ormazdian law is the law of the creator. Also, Ormaz means master light. Ormaz equal to Jehovah, the creator. Let's talk about these lion pens of the scribes. Let's talk about these lion pens of the scribes, though. Right? Let's get into some of it. Oh, yeah, we good, because you make a good time. What's up, little jumper? What's happening? You right? What's happening? You good? You can't walk with joker. Like lion pen and describe Jeremiah 8:8. Now this is in the Bible. So again, you know what I mean? Just because we go outside the Bible and show something that agrees with it, there ain't really nothing for you to be angry about. What are you mad about? You right. Jeremiah 8:8. How do you say we are wise in the law, or the Torah of the Lord is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. That's Jeremiah 8:8 KJV. Jeremiah 8:8, the New and Living Translation. Look what it say. It say, how can you say we are wise because we have the word of the Lord when your teachers have twisted it by writing lies? Good night, boy. So it ain't Malaki Macabee or the Creator Gang telling you this lies written in the Torah by scribes. Huh? The Bible is telling you this. And see, what you have is men in denial trying to deny the fact that, you know what I mean? Hey, look, Jack, that's reality. Especially if you slow it down. Especially if you slow it down, it's really over. You know what I mean? You might as well come on home. Look at this, Jeremiah 8:8 ESV. How can you say we are wise and the law of the Lord is with us? But behold, the lion pen of the scribes have made it. What is the it? The Torah, the law of the Lord, into a lie. but I'm saying, so it ain't even like the Old Testament brothers got preeminence over the New Testament brothers. Like you hit from Genesis, the first page, to Revelation, the last page. You hit. You know what I mean? You want to sink a ship out. The Bible's telling you this lies written in it. You know what I mean? That's against the character of the Creator. It's not conducive to the character of the Creator. The Bible tells you this. Jeremiah 8:8, NET. How can you say we are wise? We had a Torah of the Lord. The truth is, those who teach it have used their writings to make it say what it does not really mean. Look at that last one on that NT though. That's a headshot, man. See what that last one say? How can you say we are wise and we had a Torah of the Lord? The truth is, those who teach it have used their writings to make it say, make what say? The law, the Torah say what it does not really mean. See, you got a scribal problem. Who been scribing your Torah these thousands of years? Who been writing this stuff out? Because in Jeremiah's time, he's saying the lie was already written in there. It was already in there. Let alone by the time, Yahshua and them around the 1st century. Sometime around that time. The lies that crept into the Torah. Before Jeremiah's time, then it was for show in effect during Yahshua's time, and still in effect today. Y'all got that understanding? Y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat, man. This ain't us making up anything. Jeremiah is saying before his day there was lies put in Torah. So it was lies then. If a damn show was lies during the time of Yahshua and them, right? For sure, and especially now. Why wouldn't we? See, he's just running on automatic now. You don't slow down. You don't question nothing. You ain't critical in your scholarship. You know what I mean? You ain't doing none of that. You just saying it say, you lick your fingers and say, this is what it say, right? And that's what I'm rolling with. According to the Holy Bible, not according to Malaki Macabee, there are lies written in the scriptures against the Creator. These falsehoods were written by biblical scribes. Now, if you peep, even in the Gospels, one of Jesus' main enemies, or Yahshua's main enemies, we always say Pharisees, but we never say the scribes. The scribes, then come up the scribes and Pharisees. Then come up the scribes and Pharisees. The scribes say this, the scribes say that. Then come up the scribes. Why we never bring the scribes up? Why we never bring the scribes up? Watch this. I'll go to Jeremiah 8:8. Let me show y'all something. You never bring the scribes up. They never get brought up. But them the main ones, even in the Gospels, coming against the Messiah, Yahshua, because he was teaching against what they had written, what they had wrote. And what had been written down for years, he was teaching against it in certain aspects. He was ready to kill him for. See what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Now here we go right here. See, we very effective when we slow it down. Very effective. You know what I mean? We ain't out here trying to speedball nothing past y'all. Trying to speed nothing past you. Let's go back to Jeremiah 8:8. Watch this. Watch this. Now, Jeremiah 8:8, scribes. Click on it now.
Strong's H 5608. Safer.
Man, that's all right here. I'm just gonna start up top. All right. KJV translates Strong's 5608, scribe 50 times, tell, declare, number, count, show forth, pen knife, commune, to count, recount, relate, to be rehearsed, related, recounted, enumerated. Look what it says: muster, officer, secretary, scribe, learn man, scribe, a primitive root, properly to score with mark as a tally or record, i.e. by implication, to inscribe, also to enumerate, intensively, to recount, celebrate, commune, penknife, scribe. See that? Now let's go get scribe in the New Testament. But the scribes are the ones that's teaching. Remember, it said your teachers have written lies in it. All right? Watch this. Let's go to the scribes in the New Testament. These suckers is all over the place. Right here. All right here. I got a couple spots on here. It say Matthew 5:20. For I say unto you that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of who? The scribes and Pharisees. You shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 7:29. For he taught them as one having authority, and not as the scribes. The scribes were the ones writing the Torah and teaching, bringing their own breakdowns. Notice the scribes that he never bring the scribes up. And behold, certain of the scribes said within themselves, this man blasphemed. Matthew 12:38. Then certain of the scribes and of the Pharisees answered, saying, Master, you will see a sign from thee. Matthew 15:1. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem. The scribes and Pharisees always was hanging together. But we always bring up the Pharisees. Sometimes we bring up the Sadducees and all that. Y'all, why don't we ever bring the scribes up? The scribes are the ones responsible for writing out the Torah, writing out the scriptures. And they are the ones responsible for edifying, giving proper breakdowns. Right? And you notice everywhere where you see the Pharisees, for the most part, you see these scribes. And yet they don't even get whispered as Yahshua's enemies. Scribes. The ones writing it out. Matthew 16:21. From that time forth began Jesus to show unto his disciples how that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed and be raised again the third day. See? And his disciples asked him, saying, why then say the scribes that Elias first must come? See, scribes. So what you mean, say the scribes? The scribes were the teachers too. See that? Let's go into this. Let's go into scribe in the Greek. Right here is. Right here is. Let's get it. The Bible is telling you the scribes put errors in it. Everything ain't right.
Strong's G 1122. Grammatus. Grammatus.
Sound like where you get grammar from. Grammatus. Oh, are we talking about son? Are we talking about son? Are we talking about B? Huh? A scribe, and this is from the New Testament word grammatus, a clerk, a scribe, especially a public servant, secretary, recorder, whose office and influence differed in different states. In the Bible, a scribe is a man learned in the Mosaic law or the Torah and in the sacred writings, an interpreter, teacher. Scribes examined the more difficult and subtle questions of the law, added to the Mosaic law decisions of various kinds to elucidate its meaning and scope, and did this to the detriment of religion. You mean to tell me the scribes back then were the ones adding to and taking from the Torah? It will make sense. Jeremiah just said that the scribes have written lies in the Torah or the law. So how do you say we wise and we got that when there are scribal errors in it, lies in it that are there on purpose? Y'all see what scribes do? They add to the Mosaic law. Huh? And you peep. See how deep it go, man. Should go deep. I'm telling you. You see, they was right there. Then come the scribes and Pharisees. We don't never talk about the scribes. We was like, man, you a Pharisee, dog. Nigga, you were op. You were Sadducee. You were Sadducee. You were op. I ain't heard nothing about no scribes yet, though. They was right there. Enemies of Yahshua. Enemies of Mashiach. Scribes. Scribes added to the Mosaic laws and decisions of various kinds, thought to elucidate its meaning and scope, and did this to the detriment of religion, since the advice of men skilled in the laws needed in the examination and the causes and solution of difficult questions. They were enrolled in the Sanhedrin. The scribes were court officers. The Sanhedrin is the supreme court of its day. And if the scribes are enrolled at the highest court in the land called the Sanhedrin, then that will make the scribes, the men who write out Torah, the men who add and take away from Torah and give their interpretations over what it means. That means they were also officers of the court. They were enrolled in the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is equivalent to the Supreme Court today. This thing was political. So Yahshua come like, nah, it's written down like that, but that ain't what that is. Huh? And I mentioned in connection with the priests and elders of the people, see a Bible dictionary for more information on the scribe. The scribe is a religious teacher, so instructed that from his learning and ability to teach, advantage may be down to the kingdom of heaven. The scribes are the ones writing out Torah. Scribes are the ones writing out Torah. Really? Dang, son. Dang, son. Dang, son. Jeremiah 8:8 ESV NAT. How can you say we are wise in the Torah? The law of the Lord is with us. But behold, the lion pen of the scribes. Scribes are court, all officers of the court, also the men responsible for writing out the Torah and interpreting. And they've been deputized by the highest court in the land. These are some powerful men, directly in charge over your understanding, your salvation. It makes sense why they wanted the main office of Yahshua, but they're never spoke on. Nobody ever speaks about it. Scribes. Jeremiah 8:8 NET. How can you say we are wise and we had a law of the Lord? The truth is those who teach it have used their writings to make it say what it does not really mean. Here you go. Here you go, mad. According to the Holy Bible, not according to Malaki Macabee, there are lies written in the scriptures against the Creator. These falsehoods, hey boy, stop. These falsehoods were written by biblical scribes. Since this is true, our job is to navigate these turbulent waters and try or test the spirit by the Spirit. Since there are lies written in it, everything you read in the Holy Bible is not true. Breathe easy. None of this is your fault. None of it. We about to go to the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Let's get into some of this Nazarene Essene literature. Let's see what the followers of the Essene or Nazarene Yahshua were talking about concerning the Torah and the Creator and how you're supposed to think about the prayer. Let's get into some of that. You know what I mean? Let me get this little joke with some water real quick. I'll be right back. See. Drop a 12,000 in the chat if you get some understanding. I'll be right back. Let me grab a little joke with some water real quick. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Let's get into some of this. Making good time. So we're about to go into this Nazarene Act of the Apostles, page 268 to 275. All right, and this is Nazarene or Essene Simon Peter, the disciple of, according to some, the disciple of Yahshua, student of Yahshua. And he has a section in here called the corruption of the Torah. Good night, boy. Good night. All right, so let's see what these Essenes and Nazarenes was talking about close to 2,000 years ago, right? And again, if it was corrupt in Jeremiah's time, if a show was corrupt in the Messiah's time, how much more now? How much more now, especially when we know we're dealing with scribes, right? Now look at this. Look what he come right out and say it. For the scriptures have joined to themselves many falsehoods against Elohim. On this account, Prophet Moses, by the order of Elohim, delivered the Torah with the explanations to 70 chosen men, in order that they also might instruct such of the people as they chose. After some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods contrary to the Torah of Elohim. It was given orally at first. So he's saying over time, the written Torah had falsehoods added to it. It's the same thing we read in Jeremiah 8:8. You see that, y'all? It says right here, it says, in order that they also might instruct such of the people as they chose after some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods, contrary to the Torah of Elohim. So there's a difference between the instructions, the written instructions versus what Elohim or God gave. The written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods that was opposite of what was given orally. That's what he's saying right there. Because there's a difference between the written Torah and the Torah of Elohim, who made the heaven and the earth and all things in them. The evil one having dared to work this for his evil purpose. Look at this right here. This right here. This took place in reason and judgment, that those might be convicted who should dare to listen to the things written against Elohim. And those who through love toward him should not only disbelieve the things spoken against him, but should not even endure to hear them at all, even if they should happen to be true, judging it much safer to incur danger with respect to religious faith than to live with an evil conscience on account of blasphemous words. Y'all hear that? Peter say, even if it was true, the things written against the Creator, even if they were true, I ain't believe them. That those who through love toward him should not only disbelieve the things spoken against him, but should not even endure to hear them at all. I'm not even listening to that madness, even if they should happen to be true. Judging it much safer to incur danger. I'd rather incur danger with respect to religious faith. I'd rather go down for believing my God ain't bloodthirsty, ain't vindictive and jealous, than to live. It's safer for me to go down, I'm all in on Creator, than to live with an evil conscience on account of blasphemous words. It seems the Nazarenes from 2,000 years ago wasn't running around her. They wasn't skipping through the conscious community under the impression that everything written in Torah, it was solid. They wasn't dealing with that. Nah, they was criticizing what was written down because they knew many falsehoods had been added to Torah. But he's like, nah, we ain't under that illusion. Not a little bit. You did? Because there's a difference between the actual written Torah and the Torah, you know what I mean, or the instructions that was given to Moses. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Now look at this right here. Let's get to some of this. Tactics. Now, Simon Peter, the disciple, was battling this dude named Simon Magus. Some people say that's Paul. I mean, when you get into some of it, it is, a lot of the info is very convincing. So Simon the magician, or Simon the sorcerer, right? This right here, it says, Simon, therefore, as I learned, intends to come into public and to speak of those chapters against Elohim that are added to the scripture. You know what Peter said? Peter talking about this cat, he finna debate in front of everybody. And he's saying, look, I'm about to debate those, but he about to come and use the written Torah because he know there are things in it written against God. He know it. See, as I learned, intends to come into public and to speak of those chapters against Elohim that are added to the scriptures. Who's added them, y'all? The scribes. Jeremiah already told you. Bible dictionary already told you. It's the scribes and their officers, sworn officers of the highest court in the land. The Sanhedrin. They are the ones with the authority. The authority backed by the Roman government to add to and take away from. So this cat he about to battle straight said that for the sake of temptation that he may seduce as many wretched ones as he can from the love of God. So he already knew dude was gonna come talking about the part of the scriptures that were added. His enemy was aware of the contradictions that are in Bible. Peter knew this. Look at this. Look at this. For we do not wish to say in public that these chapters are added to the scripture, since we should thereby perplex the unlearned multitudes and so accomplish the purpose of this evil Simon. So he's like, look, let's not, I don't want to debate in public scriptures that we both know were added to it. I don't want to debate that in public. Because it ain't going to do nothing but throw off the minds of, the unlearned. But trip off the conversation that ain't being had. They not about to debate if the Torah is immaculate or if the Torah is perfect, if it has no flaws in it. Peter, who has a Torah background, you dig, and Simon the magician, who's somewhat familiar with it, neither one of them. And Peter is a disciple of Yeshua. Neither one of them about to debate if the Torah is immaculate or perfect and doesn't have any contradictions. Trip off that. But today somebody argued you up and down. 2,000 years ago they knew that. They wouldn't have took that debate. But they do not yet have the power to discern and would flee from us as if we were evil. Or as if not only the blasphemous chapters were false. He called them certain chapters in the Torah or in the Bible in his day false. They would even withdraw from the word. He said, or as if not only the blasphemous chapters were false, they would even withdraw from the word. Wherefore we are under a necessity of assenting to the false chapters. He's admitting that there are false writings, spurious writings, lies in Torah, and putting questions in return to him concerning them to draw him into a strait and to give him private an explanation of the chapters that are spoken against God to the well disposed after a trial of their faith. And of this there is but one way, and that a brief one is this. Dang, look at this. Look what Simon Peter say 2,000 years ago. Everything that is spoken or written against God is false, or Elohim is false. If it's written, so okay, if he's omnipotent, meaning all powerful, and something is written down that says he's not all powerful, or that he's weak, or he couldn't get this done, then that is written down is false. Which one? Not the one that says he's omnipotent, the one that says he showed some weakness right here. He couldn't get this done because they had wheels of iron right there. So you can't be all powerful and weak at the same time. So Peter comes right out and say everything that is spoken or written against Elohim is false. You see, that's the mindset. That's why with the CGG, as soon as we hear something sideways, we be like, oh, hell no, we're not doing that. Hell no, that ain't true. But that we say this truly, not only for the sake of reputation, but for the sake of truth. I will convince you when my discourse is proceeded a little further. You, my most beloved Clement, ought not to be sorry at Simon having interposed a day between this and the discussion at hand. Because dude had postponed the debate. For the day before the discussion, you will be instructed concerning the chapters added to the scriptures. This Peter talking. This ain't Simon the sorcerer like Elder Slowbelly tried to say one time. This is Simon Peter, the Messiah disciple, one of them. And he's admitting that there are scriptures, chapters added to the scriptures that are not true. And then in the discussion concerning the only one and good Elohim, the maker also of the world, you ought not to be distracted, but in the discussion, you will even wonder how unrighteous men, overlooking the multitude of things that are spoken in the scriptures for Elohim, and looking at those that are spoken against him, gladly bring these forward, and thus the hearers, by reason of ignorance, believing the things against Elohim, become outcast from his kingdom. Wherefore you, by advantage of the postponement, learning the mystery of the scriptures and gaining the means of not sinning against God, will incomparably rejoice. So they already knew there are things written that are false. He's gonna give some examples. He's gonna give some examples as we keep going, but there are things written that are false, that ain't true. See that? And these are the things that people are scared to, bring up. I want to bring that up. Bring that up, and then people won't start getting mad. You know what I mean? But hold on, what that mean? God wasn't bloodthirsty. God didn't command them to go kill them babies. Exactly, that was a false god. And God ain't the creator. When you come through like that and get talking like that, people blow their drawers out, man. People start blowing their drawers out behind that type of knowledge. That type of knowledge is a death blow, man. It's a death blow. You did. Easy work, though. Asking for information and not for contradiction. Homilies 2, chapter 41. Then I, Clement, hearing this said, truly I rejoice and give thanks to Elohim, who in all things does well. However, he knows that I will be able to think nothing other than that all things are for Elohim. Do not suppose that I ask questions of doubt in the words concerning Elohim, or those that are spoken, that are to be spoken, but rather that I may learn, and so be able myself to instruct another who is unaccustomed to learning. So tell me the falsehoods. This is what Clement is asking Peter. Tell me the falsehoods added to the scriptures, and how it is that they are really false. See, this ain't your brother Malaki Macabee making none of this up. Everything written ain't right. That's the point. You got to start criticizing, scrutinizing a lot of this stuff, man. Because what is it you hold up here? What do you hold up top about your maker? That's the question. What do you hold up top? You already think he's in the form and figure of a man sitting on a chair, a throne. You already think he's bloodthirsty, vindictive, jealous, angry, a god of war, curses nations, orders you to commit genocide. You already believe in this stuff. Peter and them, like everything written against the creator, God, is false. So Clement, like, let me know how to, so tell me the falsehoods added so I can know how to, so I can prove that they are really false. So tell me the falsehoods added to the scripture and how it is that they are really false. Then keep for answer. Even although you had not asked me, I would have gone on in order and afforded you the exposition of these matters, as I promised. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him. Do you hear what he's saying? So if it was lies in Jeremiah's day, and then, y'all, after Jeremiah's day, there was no Torah until Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly. Okay, there was no Torah in Babylon. It was burnt. All right. So Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly refurbished, reestablished Torah. Right? And that's the Torah that's supposedly in play when Yahshua is walking around. Supposedly. I mean, the Greek Septuagint was there too. They was quoting out of it. Right? So it was lies in Jeremiah's time. It's burnt. It's refurbished. There's for sure lies during Ezra's time, lies during the Messiah's time, and there's lies now. They weren't running around with this Bible was infallible nonsense that y'all running around with today. They wasn't running around with that. They were taught how to properly navigate it, look at it, and decipher if this is of the creator or not. And if you've been listening to the CGG these past few years, you should already know how to read something and decipher and say, yeah, that's of the creator. Oh, no, that ain't. Get that out of here. You see? Then Kepha's Peter. Then Kepha answered, even although you had already read it right there. Right here. Right notions of Elohim essential for holiness. I'm going to read that Peter's answer again. Even though, although you had not asked me, I would have gone on in order and afforded you the explanation of these matters as I promised. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him in many respects. He says in many aspects do the scriptures misrepresent the Creator. Many. So that you may know when you happen upon. So when you skip, when something like that skip across your plate, you already know how to deal with it. Right? Look at this right here. Homilies 2, chapter 42. Right notions of God or the Creator are essential to holiness. See, so your thoughts got to be right about the Creator up top. Thoughts got to be right. You can't even think about him as in the form and figure of a man. You an idolater. We read that before we get up out of here. I don't judge you no less idolatrous if you had up an image or a stone, or worship wood and stone. You on the same level of idolatry if you hold in your head that the Creator is a man in space sitting on the throne right now in the form and figure of a man. That's idol worship. Idol worship. So Peter comes out and boldly claims and states that right notions, right understanding, right knowledge of Creator is essential to holiness. What I'm going to tell you will be sufficient by way of example, but I do not think, my dear Clement, that anyone who possesses ever so little love to God and unaccustomed to learning will be able to take in or even to hear the things that are spoken against him. He say, man, look, those that really love the Creator can't even stand to hear no type of madness that's written against him. Or how is it that he can have an overarching soul and yet be set apart? Suppose that there are many Elohim and not one only. But even if there be but one, who will cherish zeal to be set apart? One finds in him many defects, since he will hope that the beginning of all things, by reason of the defects of his own nature, will not visit the crimes of others. Wherefore, far be it from us to believe. Wherefore, far be it from us to believe that the Master of all, who made the heaven and the earth and all things that are in them, shares his government with others, or that he lies. For if he lies, then who speaks truth? There are scriptures that talk about how the deceiver and the deceived are God. Now the Creator don't speak lies, nor do he send out lying spirits. For if he lies, then who speaks truth? Meaning you can't be all truth and a liar. You can't be all powerful and weak. You can't be all knowledge and ignorant. You can't be omnipresent, all space and place, but localized. It's either one or the other, right? For if he lies, then who speaks truth? Or if he makes experiments as in ignorance, then who foreknows? What you mean he was doing an experiment on Job? People do experiments to find out a definite answer. Well, there's no need for the Creator to do an experiment because he's all knowledge, omniscient, knows all. He don't need to put you through something so you can surprise him. Or if he makes experiments as in ignorance, then who foreknows? If he deliberates and changes his purpose, who then is perfect in understanding and permanent in design? If he deliberates and changes his purpose, if it repented the Lord, he regretted he made man, right? Genesis 6. He regretted he made man. It repented the Lord, right? If your God deliberates and changes his purpose, Who then is perfect in understanding and permanent in design? He regretting that he made man. He's sending lion spirits. Like there's all type of stuff going on, man. He's doing experiments because he don't have a definite answer, so that means he ain't all knowledge. What are we talking about? If he envies or gets jealous, who is above rivalry? The only time the spirit of jealousy creeps in is because there's competition. It's competition. That's when the spirit of jealousy and envy creep in, because there's competition. So what do you mean your God is jealous? And that jealous is his name. This is spoken about biblical God. He's jealous, envious. Well, if he's envious, then y'all guess what? He's not above rival. Meaning there's another God that can possibly give him competition. And you sure this is the creator? God's maker. If he hardens hearts, who makes wise? He hardened Pharaoh's heart. He hardened your heart. What do you mean he hardens heart? What kick does he get out of it? I thought you had free will. No. Whatever problems you going through is what you chose. You chose to go through that. You ain't a robot. If he hardens hearts, who makes wise? If he makes blind and deaf, who is given sight and hearing? If he commits pilfering, who administers justice? What you mean he told you to go over there and kill all them people and take their land? What are your thoughts about your maker? It's time to re-examine all that, man. It's time to re-examine all that. If he mocks, who is sincere? We got in there Proverbs, the 1st chapter. Our God gonna laugh at you when your calamity comes. If he mocks, who is sincere? If he is weak, who is omnipotent or omnipotent, meaning all powerful? If he is unjust, who is just? If he makes evil things, who will make good things? If he does evil, who will do good? Look at that. Look at that. And they questioning all this 2,000 years ago, right? And this just ain't no regular cat. This is one of the disciples of Yeshua. So he teaching Clement what he was taught. Meaning you can't be omnipotent and weak at the same time. You can't be all power and weak. You can't be all knowledge and ignorant. You can't be all places but limited to a church for a specific amount of time. You can't be unseen, but when you are seen, you are in the image of a man, a woman, an angel, or an animal. No, it's one or the other. The greater is all powerful, not weak. All knowledge, not ignorant. Omnipresent, all places, not localized. Unseen, impossible to view as you see me. I'm standing on that. That's just what it is. Y'all see that? Homilies 2, chapter 44. Same continue. How is it in this day you in the spirit of the Bible's infallible, ain't no lies in it? Ain't none of that. But they going over the lies now. The lie that the creator is jealous. That means there's competition. The lie that he told you to go kill for some land. Who won't administer justice then? The lie that he's not all powerful, that he couldn't get these people out the way because they had wheels of iron. Oh, come, let us go down and see what's really going on. You supposed to be already there. So you're not omnipresent, but you got to come down to the earth to see what's going on for you. You should already know. Yeah, once you understand the character of the creator, everything written against him got to come into question. But if he desires the fruitful hill or Jerusalem, who's then all things? Like man, we going over earlier that all lands are the creator's. All people are the creator's people. These are lies. Like, if he desires the fruitful hill of Jerusalem, whose then are all things? If he desires Jerusalem, right? You desire something because you don't have it. Then whose then are all things? You should already have Jerusalem. What you mean you desire Jerusalem? You should already have it. All lands are the Creator's lands. If he is false, who then is true? If he lives in a tent, who is without bounds? Talking about the tabernacle or talking about the temple. If that's what y'all saying he live at, then what that means that the Creator is bound. No, the Creator is boundless. He ain't bound by his creation, nor nothing his creation be. Boundless. If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need? And who is holy and pure and perfect? Like, look, man, if he gets excited by fat off organs, chopped off heads, drink offerings, sin offerings, meat offerings, if it's all that, then who is without? What do you mean? The Creator is beyond earthly desires. What do you mean it was a good smelling savor to him? There ain't nothing you doing that, you know, gets his creative juices turned. Like the smell of blood and flesh and fat get his creative juices turned. There ain't nothing you can do that excite him. If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need? Ain't nothing you can get a Creator who owns and made it all and own it all. What you gonna give him? And who is holy and pure and perfect? If he is pleased with lamps and wicks, who then placed the luminaries in the sky? How are you comparing menorahs and candles in the sanctuary to the heavenly luminaries? Like he's pleased with it. What you mean he's pleased with it? Put the heavenly luminaries in their course. If he dwells in shadow and darkness and storm and smoke, who is the light that lightens the universe? Oh my son, Jehovah the Creator. All these things are written against Creator in the Bible in some form or fashion. That's why I keep asking you, what do you hold up top about your faith? Because now it's time to go back through and do some spiritual inventory. I believe that about it. But the smell of flesh and blood pleases him. I believe that he said, okay, yeah, he did say that. Now it's time to, really re-examine, because what's been happening is people have been putting a false jacket on the Creator and believe in this stuff. And believe in it. If he comes with trumpets, shoutings, darts, and arrows, who is the salt? Who is the salt after tranquility of all? Like he coming for war, then who bringing peace? If he loves war, who then wishes peace? If he makes evil things, who makes good things? If he is without affection, who is a lover of men? If he is not faithful to his promises, who will be trusted? If he loves the evil, adulterers and murderers, who will be a just judge? If he changes his mind, who is steadfast? If he chooses evil men, who then takes the part of the good? Dang. Something to think about, man. Something to think about. How Elohim is to be thought of. Good night. Good night. Chapter 45. How Elohim is to be thought of. Wherefore, Clement, my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim, that he is the only master and father, good and righteous, the Creator. Elohim, the Creator. Look at that. He said the Creator. Oof. Oof. It's a headshot. That's a headshot right there. That deal says the creator. Wherefore come to my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim than that he is the only Elohim, master and father, good and righteous, the creator, long-suffering, merciful, the sustainer, the benefactor, ordaining love of men, counseling purity, immortal, making immortal, incomparable, dwelling in the souls of the good, member creators within all, beyond and over all. See? So Peter telling Clint then, like, hey, look, man, like, hey, watch out. Don't think of the creator. Look, whatever you hold in your mind about creator up top, you know what I mean, is very important. Because strip off this, you could be just as much of an idolater or an idolater as those in the Roman Catholic Church, those in Buddhism, Hinduism. Just as much as an idolater, if you hold that the creator is in the form and figure of a man sitting on the throne. But look what Peter said, dwelling in the souls of the good, who cannot be contained, and yet is contained within the heart, who has fixed the great world as a center in space, who has spread out the skies and solidified the land, who has stored up the water, who has disposed the stars in the sky, who has made the fountains flow in the earth, has produced faults, has raised up mountains, has set bounds to sea, has ordered winds and blasts, who by the spirit of counsel has kept safely the body comprehended in a boundless sea. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. So, y'all, this is a lot, especially when you get back here to the further chapters. You start getting, you start getting all this type of stuff right here. Let's read this right here. We'll close out. Let me show you how deep he go with it. Right here. Yeah. We actually gonna end it with the verse that talk about how you ain't no less of an idolater than those who worship stone images. That's a headshot. That's a headshot. Look at this right here. Then Kepha answered, you have presented us with a matter that can easily be answered. Listen, remember Kepha's Peter, listen. God is ignorant of nothing. Now, we all know he called Elohim the creator, which is real. So, creator is ignorant of nothing. He even foreknows, meaning he has all knowledge. See, he can't be ignorant if he has all knowledge. But first answer me what I asked you. He who wrote the scripture told how the world was made, yet said Elohim does not foreknow. Was he a man or not? And I said he was a man. Then Kepha answered, how then was it possible for him, being a man, to know with certainty how the world was made? And that Elohim does not foreknow. So if a man can tell you that he can write with a certainty about how the world was made and he wasn't there, but the one who inspired him doesn't have the foreknowledge. Make it make sense. Then I already perceived from the explanation, smiled and said that he was a prophet. And Kepha said, Peter said that then he was a prophet, being a man, he was ignorant of nothing, by reason of his having received foreknowledge from the Creator. How then should he who gave the man the gift of foreknowledge, prophecy, being Creator, himself be ignorant? If he gave the man the gift of foreknowledge, how could he be ignorant? And I said, you have spoken rightly. Then Kepha said, come with me one step further. We acknowledge that Elohim foreknows all things. So we know that the scriptures that say, he is ignorant are what? False. And those that say he knows are true. Then said I, it has to be true. You see that? Everything written against Creator, you got to question that. Shoot that out the water. Right? If you know that your maker is all knowledge, then anything written against that about him, claiming he's ignorant, is false. You got to make that declaration. Not me. I can't make it for you. If the Creator is omnipotent, meaning all powerful, then anything written against him, saying that he shows weakness or couldn't get something done, is false. You got to call it. I can't call that for you. You see? If the Creator is ever present or omnipresent, meaning within all, above and beyond all, meaning all places at one time. Anything written against that, like he's localized, sitting on a chair right now in space, is false. This is how Peter and them were dealing with the scriptures. Remember I said earlier, take what's beneficial for you, throw the rest of the dogs, man. And it should be like that with any book you read. He's showing you how you properly read through it and get an understanding. But notice, you had to learn the character of the Creator first. Then keep what Peter said. If some of the scriptures are true and some false, our master, meaning Yahshua, had good reason to say, be good, money change. And as much as in the scriptures there are some true sayings and some lies, some spurious. That's what Jeremiah said, right? For those who err by reason of the false scriptures, he fitly showed the cause of their error, saying, you do so error, not knowing the true things of the scriptures. For this reason, you are also ignorant of the power of the Creator of God. And then said I, you have spoken exceed excellently. Wait. Now look, Peter goes so far as saying this right here. Like look what he goes. He goes as far as denying a whole bunch. Let me show y'all. Then Kepha answered with good reason. I neither believe anything against God nor against the just men reported in the Torah, taking for granted that such are impious imaginations. For I am persuaded that Adam was neither a transgressor. I feel like I don't believe that whole Adam and Eve story. Here you come mad at a wife. Peter 2,000 years ago didn't believe the Adam and Eve story that you have in the Bible today. For I am persuaded that Adam was neither a transgressor, he who was fashioned by the hands of God, nor was Noah drunken. He said he don't even believe the story that Noah got drunk with the Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and they had covered his nakedness. He don't even believe that shit. More lies written into him. He said, I'm going so far to say whatever's written against the men who were faithful to the Creator, I'm not believing none of it. For I am persuaded that Adam was neither a transgressor, he was fashioned by the hands of Elohim, nor was Noah drunken, right? Who was found righteous above all the world. Nor did Abraham live with 3 wives at once. He's like, man, I ain't believing none of that. I ain't believing none of that. Hagar, Sarah, Keturah, he like, nah. Nor did Abraham live with 3 wives at once, who on account of his sobriety was thought worthy of numerous posterity. Nor did Yaakov or Jacob, Abraham's grandson, associate with 4. Rachel, Leah, Bilhah, and Zilhah, of whom 2 were sisters, who was the father of the 12 tribes, and who was suggestive of our master's presence. Nor was Moses a murderer. Oahspe tell you that. Oahspe tell you that. Oahspe tell you about God. All them brothers talk about monogamous marriages and not polygynous and all that. Well, the same Nazarene literature say the same thing. But Peter like, nah, man. I don't believe a lot of them stories written in Torah that you ready to go to war over. Peter, the insane disciple of Yahshua 2,000 years ago, didn't believe it. He like, nah, man, I ain't gonna believe that. He said, nor did Jacob associate with 4 women, of whom 2 were sisters, who was the father of the 12 tribes, and who was suggestive of our master's presence. Nor was Moses a murderer. Y'all see that? Watch me tell you Moses ain't murdered that. That was something later added to stigmatize Moses. Nor was Moses a murderer, nor did he learn to judge from an idolatrous priest, Jethro, the priest of Midian. See, Peter like, we don't believe none of that. He who set forth the Torah of Elohim to all the world, and for his right judgment has been accounted a faithful steward. Good night, good night. If y'all understand that the Essenes and Nazarenes 2,000 years ago, you dig, was not up under the vibration that the Torah was immaculate and without flaws, that they knew they had to be good money changers, meaning they'd be able to tell what's real from counterfeit. You dig, when navigating through these scriptures, because everything wasn't right. If y'all understand that, y'all drop a 5,000 in the chat, man. We about to end it with this book of Judgment. This book of Judgment, chapter 3. And we gonna be on up out of here, man. As long as I'm chopping it up with the fam. Always. Oh snap, my bad. Oh wait. Oh wait. Check the chat real quick. We about to get up out of here. Shout out to my brother Jehovih. Jehovih in the building. What's the word, bro? My brother, man. Love and light to you and your family. Y'all, we got the Bronze Job in the building. What's the word, bronze? We got the Bronze Job. Little Joker, what you doing? Try to keep it down. Try to keep it down, short runner. Try to keep it down, little taste. Jericho was in the building. What's the word, my brother? What's the word? Love and light to you, y'all. Love and light to you. All right, let's get this out the way. Then we're going to close on out. Easy work. Chapter 3, Book of Judgment, Oahspe, the judgment upon the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Mohammedans, the Muhammad sandwiches, the Confucians, the Jews, and all other peoples on earth in the words of God. Woo. Woo. Man, what you over there talking about? Oh, wait. Judgment 3 and 6. For I charge you that whoever says God, God calls in vain. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods, lords, and saviors among mortals. Oof. What? That was bad. Oahspe hit hard, man. It just hit different. You know what I mean? For what is past is past. But from this time forward, whoever hears my word and the decree of my commandment and continues to make an idol of any name except the Great Spirit blasphemes against his creator. Look at that. Look at that. See, it's all about creator. You know what I mean? And again, this is what we bringing out on the. But whoever cries out in fullness of heart saying, God, God, meaning by that, the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemy before me. Creator really ain't tripping off what you're saying. It's what you hold up top. It's what you hold up top. That's what he's talking about. What do you think or know about your maker? And what you found out today is a lot of us have been putting false narratives, believing in the false narratives. You know what I mean? And that has put us in direct line of blaspheming and profaning your maker. As you believe the false narratives that are false. Now your maker is all powerful, not weak, all knowledge, not ignorant, all places, not localized, unseen, not as a man sitting on a throne somewhere. That in itself, his message is all about love, life, liberty, and happiness to all without the bloodshed of harm or sacrifice of any. Its doctrine also is about you becoming selfless and working to raise up others, assist others in their salvation. Anything outside of that is like, oh no, man, what is that? Who is you? What you want? See, ask yourself, have I been running false narratives about my maker hurt? If you have, you've been compromised. See that? And whoever says or Maz, meaning master light, meaning the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemy for me. So you can say God, you can say, or Maz, you dig? As long as you mean the ever-present creator, the God maker, filling all space and place at the same time. Is that what you mean? Because that, you can't draw a creator in the form and figure of a man, creator is unseen. You can't draw a picture of creator on the throne, creator is ever present. Just as near today as he was with the ancients, all we got to do is put ourselves in order. Quiet our minds, slow down, listen, breathe in, let the light in. And whoever calls any name in any language that signifies the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. Y'all see that? Well, how beautiful is it to know he ain't even tripping off your pronunciation? Because in the Israelite movement, boy, if you don't pronounce God the way the next cat pronounced God, I mean, you a blasphemer. We read this and see God ain't even tripping off what you saying. You just what you hold up top about me. We ain't tripping off all that. God or Maz, Lord, whatever you saying. By that you mean the ever-present creator, God's maker. Not in the form and figure of a man, filleth all space and place without any hindrance or loss or waste or lack of space. Who are you talking about? The omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, unseen? All about love, life, and happiness and liberty, all without the sacrifice of any. All about you becoming more selfless, become one with him. That's what you're talking about? Okay, oh my God, okay. Okay, that's what you mean. Right? But whoever says Brahma, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. Is this not true? This is not true. Very true. Very true. In the form and figure of a man, sitting on a throne. That's what most of us believe. We've grown to believe that. But do you know that that's blasphemy against your maker? Any deity that's in the form and figure of a man that's boldly proclaiming they created breath stank, they're lying to you. That's not the creator. That's not the all highest heaven. That's somebody pump faking. Whoever says Buddha, Buddha signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present but creator. Whoever says Christ, Christ, or Jesus, Jesus. Signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the creator. Why is he tripping on what you're saying? What do you think? What you hold up top? And if you hold up top the figure and shape of a man, why you saying Christ, Lord, and Buddha, and Brahma? You in violation, Jack. You in violation. Whoever calls on the name of any other man, angel, worshiping such as a god is an idolater, an idolater in my sight. Look at this. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous. And if they worship stone, idols, or graven images. All because what you hold up top about your maker is he's in the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. You in the same idolatry pile of those who worship stone, idols, or graven images. If y'all understand that, y'all drop a 7,000 in the chat, man. Y'all drop a 7,000 in the chat. You ain't judged less idolatrous. And if you was worshiping graven images or stone images of God. What I'm saying, it's time to do some spiritual inventory, man. A lot of us hold these false beliefs. We hold these things to be true, and they're not. They're not true. They're not true at all. Check the chat real quick. Easy work. Easy money. Revelation 4:2-4. And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald. And round about the throne were 24 seats, and upon the seats I saw 24 elders clothed in white raiment, and they had on their heads crowns of gold. This is the imagery that comes from Revelation 4:2. That's supposed to be the creator, in the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. And G was supposed to be at his right hand. See that? That's the image that comes from the throne room in Revelation 4:2-4. Remember, an idol is a likeness or an image of devotion. An image is a mental picture or an idea that forms in a reader or listener's mind from the words they read or hear. If you can see it and you worship it, then it is an idol or a false god. Remember, who is God? A spirit with a heavenly throne, believed by people in darkness, of you, the creator of all things. This is Osiris in the judgment hall of Ma'at. Osiris is a green god in spandex with the Tef crown on, or whatever crown that is. But look what he's in the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne, and this nigga is green. So every deity from Bible to Kemet. This is El. See that? El, the father of gods. El is a Canaanite god. Look what he's sitting on. A chair, a throne, a box. Same type of crown that El had. I mean, that Osiris had. You gotta read Oahspe to get that understanding and why they got the same crowns. Who else we got? This is a minted coin from the 4th century BC. Of who? You know the paleo? That's Yahweh. This is the depiction of El. We got El sitting on the throne. We got Osiris sitting on the throne. We got the Lord God in Revelation 4:2-4. We got the Lord God in Isaiah 6:1-5. They all saw him sitting on thrones. This is a historical. This is an archaeological find of a coin during the Persian occupation, and that's Yahweh sitting on a chair with a wheel on it, a wheelchair and wings. in the form and figure of a man. The god on the winged wheel coin minted in Gaza City, southern Philistia during the Persian period of the 4th century BCE. It possibly represents Yahweh enthroned on a winged wheel. It has been described by Stephen Herbert Langdon as the only known representation of Yahweh. Yahweh was an ancient Levantine deity worshipped in Israel and Judah as the primary deity. There he is right there. That's Yahweh. On a throne, a chair, in the form and figure of a man. Right? There go Edel on a chair or a throne in form and figure of a man. There go Osiris, green in spandex on a chair or a throne in form and figure of a man. None of these are the creator. Even though their names are in the Bible as Yahweh and El, as the creator, as the supreme being. There go Baal, false god, but look at him in the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. Remember we just read who's a blasphemer, who's blasphemous in his sight. When you call on God, you have in your mind the form and figure of a man. So there go Ashtaroth. There go Miss Swivel Hips. She's sitting on a chair too, a throne. Yeah. 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 It's a game. What you think you're playing? And whoever says Christ signifying a God in the figure and shape of a man sitting on the throne in heaven is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the creator of all persons. Whoever calls on the name of any other man or angel, worshiping such as a God, is an idolater in my sight. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous than if they worship stone idols or graven images. Let's keep reading. And whoever says deity, and divinity, and divine law, and natural law are judged to be in darkness. You hear a lot of that today. You know what I mean? You hear a lot of that today. You hear a lot of that. Oh, the divine law, divinity, natural law. What would he say? For I proclaim my heavens open in the way of understanding clear. Jehovah is ever present and does by virtue of his presence and not by any law. And whoever says that which will lead men to believe he is not present, or that he has gone away, leaving certain laws after him in his place, the same as the judge, a blasphemer against Jehovah. And whoever calls on this Savior, your Lord personal Savior, right? In prayer. And whoever calls on this Savior, call on that Savior, your sins shall be forgiven. And in the hour of your death, because you have so called on him, you shall ascend into a heavenly paradise. The same as a falsifier of my kingdoms and a blasphemer against the Creator. See, stop it. That's what you put on Christ today. Oahspe dangerous. It exposes the false gods everywhere. 23. And whoever says, come before the church and priests and make prayers and confessions, and you shall be absolved and forgiven your sins. The same are falsifiers of my kingdom and blasphemers against Jehovah, the Creator. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. And this is serving Jehovah, the all-person, and not because of any worship or confessions done before any other idols on earth or in heaven. Nor is there any redemption in heaven to the Brahmins, Buddhists, Christians, or Mohammedans, Maham sandwich, because of their prayers and confessions. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting people up out of misery and crime, the same is adjudged as worship of the Great Spirit, the Creator, the God maker. We've been on here about 4 hours, family, a little bit over. If y'all got some understanding today, y'all go ahead and drop some voices in the chat, man. How is the creator to be thought of? Omnipotent, all powerful, omniscient, all knowledge, omnipresent, all space, filling all space and place, unseen, not seen as you see a man, woman, angel, or animal. Doctrine is all about love, life, happiness, liberty to all, without the sacrifice of any. Doctrine is even about you being selfless and working hard to raise others up and not even concerned about what it is you bring it out. You dig? Also down to having to go kill your son and you know what I mean, prove your devotion and all the credit. Ain't about none of that. You can sit back and breathe easy, knowing the creator is not about to skip across your earlobe and tell you to go in there and kill your grandchild. That's off. Any inspiration of murder is not from the creator at all. I'm glad y'all got some understanding, man. Love and light around these deals, man. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. Hey, short leggers. Y'all be quiet. Y'all too loud. Short leggers over the trip, y'all. Body slam these little jokers. Yeah. But we about to get up out of here. That's right. All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a four-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
He was leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God. One day, in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in an Opalaka apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me?
Well, these misfortunes is crazy, but look, I wanted to actually end it right here. Share this with the fam as we get up out of here. That's really what I want to go into. How is the creator to be thought of? And do some spiritual inventory and make sure you fact check it or going back through and just, asking yourself, do I believe that about you? Do I know that to be true? Is that taken away from his character? If I believe that right there, gotta do your due diligence. It's real simple. We make it hard. All right, chapter 3, Esper, Oahspe. Hear my voice, O angels and mortals. The words of the heavens of the earth. Okay. Hear my voice, O angels and mortals. The words of the heavens of the earth are my words, orderly and well disciplined. No man can imitate me. Angels cannot counterfeit me. My words are from the fountain that never errs. What? Who we talking about, boy? Verse 2. Whoever sees my way cannot fail to understand. I do not quibble, nor beat about the bush. I'm not tiptoeing through no damn tulips in moccasin mold. No man can imitate me. Angels can't counterfeit me. My words are from the fountain that never errs. Then you say, whoever sees my way cannot fail to understand. It's simple. I do not quibble nor beat about the bush. How powerful is it though? Your creator ain't tiptoeing through no tulips in moccasin mold. Even lords and gods always nothing in my hand. I trim them up and prune their orchards in my own way. I sift and weigh and assort. For I am Jehovah, the Almighty. Boy, easy money, ball game, bag drop. I want to end it with that. So, hey, y'all, I'm up out of here. Love and light bombs to everybody. All praise to the ever-present creator, the all and all, that always was, is, and ever shall be, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is every word. No man can imitate him. Angels can't counterfeit him. His words are from the fountain that never errs. He don't quibble nor beat about the bush. Even the lords and gods you calling on in your prayer breath are as nothing in my hands. I trim them up. Come here, little joker. Let me cut your hair. I trim them up and prune their orchards in my own way. I sift and weigh and assort. For I am Jehovah, the Almighty. Headshot. With that being said, all praises to the Great Spirit. Shout out to the CGG. Y'all already know we outside. We in it. And then shout out to the haters, jawjackers, and naysayers. And for all those who fancy themselves as our enemies. Guess what? We give less than a damn about it. We gonna keep dropping light. Bomb after bomb. You dig? It ain't an if. It's only a matter of time. It's a win. Over to the next time. Love all y'all. You know what I mean? Get out there, do something good. Excellent day, do something good for somebody. You know what I mean? Be dangerous out here, man. Dangerous. Bow-legged in the show. Dangerous to the kingdoms of darkness. You dig? All praises, all glory, honor. I'll catch y'all in the next one. BGG. We're the gang, baby. Let's rock out. Bye.